What's the big event? What do you mean, what's the big event? Oh, the grinding thing. Oh, this is something we've had for a while. That's been in the title for 2 weeks now. I should take it out. There we go. Updated the title. Yeah, we've had pretty cool grinding events and stuff going on for a little while now. Yo, thanks for lurking. Thanks for lurking. Oh, my camera's not on. And boom. There we go. Camera, hello? There we go. Hey, good morning, Bosch. We got to grind our asses off today. I feel like grinding on Sage today. I was starting to miss grinding on it yesterday. Holy shit, we got like half a percentage. Huh? Oh, that's what it was. Wow. Even a loss, you get 1.2 bill? Holy shit. I did. I ordered everything. The mixer's arriving tomorrow. The Amazon shit hasn't been shipped out yet, but that'll probably get shipped out today. I suspect that shit will arrive on Friday. But ended up ordering it all. The AT2040, a low profile boom arm, an XLR cable, and the mixer. And then the AT2040 is cheap enough that if for some reason I end up later wanting to upgrade to the XM's SM7B DB, then I'll do that and just like resell the. I'll make sure I keep the box and everything nice and neat for the AT2040, or just keep them both. We'll see. I'm really curious though, because like the only other standalone microphone I've used is a Blue Yeti, which is like your very, very basic bitch. Like, hey, I want to get into streaming and I want to look professional, but I don't want to spend any money at all. So I'm going to buy this thing because I don't know anything about it, just because it looks good type deal. And the thing fucking weighed. I mean, it might be better now. I'm sure they've innovated on it since I last had it. But it's also a condenser microphone, right? Which picks up everything around it. So I'm really curious. I never understood that there was actually a difference between, like it's something I learned between condenser and dynamic microphones. So I'm really interested to see how these dynamic microphones operate. I should turn my lid scroll on. I'm really curious about this Friday. I'm really curious to see what kind of PvE changes they do. The first patch, whenever they say they're doing something like this, class changes, always kind of sets the tone of what's going to come probably from the subsequent patches. Of a spot rework? Oh. Highly unlikely. It's not Thursday? What do you mean it's not Thursday? Well, I mean, I guess it depends on your time zone. For me, it's Friday. Maybe depending on your time zone, it could be late Thursday. I'm talking about Global Lab, though. If you're talking about actually them patching the game, patches have been on, yeah, Thursdays. But there'll be none of those PvE changes on this patch, because none of it was on Global Lab last week. You're in Michigan? Oh, yeah. So you're basically the same time zone. It's like, what, 7:42 a.m. for you? I know the time zone border is kind of weird. Okay, so you are the same? Okay, yeah. If I could ask for any PvE upgrades for Awakening Sage, and honestly, they could buff PvP in this regard too, is buff the damage on fucking Interrogate and Riftstorm. For the love of God, please. Even if it's just PvE. Although I think they need upgrading in PvP as well. All we're getting this week is 24. What do you mean that all we're getting? I love that. You're right, though. There isn't really much else in the patch. I'm so excited to just do my farms once a day. Because I miss them all the time, because I don't want to fucking stop my grind to go do my farms. It's not efficient, right? But it is something I start my day with, and I finish my day with. So now I'll just need to start my day with it, and it's going to be like I did my farming all day. I don't even need to finish my day with it anymore. Because I don't know how many times I'm sitting there and I'm like, oh, I got to go make food, or I got to do this. And it's like, well, I should do my farms. And I'm like, nah. So sometimes I don't even finish my day with it. About time to make a reason to go to Valencia. Oh, yeah. I mean, there's definitely a lot of those spots that do need some reworks. Still have a reason for like Sulfur and Pila and History and Ackman, but I mean, I guess they revamped Cadres and Crescents. Cadres has a reason too, right? If you're trying to get your DP stones. Crescents, not so much. Same with Bassies. Bassies definitely need some love. Wargons need some love. What's that other place? Bashams and Centaurs. They did a Dekia Centaurs, then people have a place to grind for their evasion ones, right? I don't know what they would do with like Wargons or Bashams. Haven't heard those names in a while. I know, right? Kind of shows how outdated they are. Even new players, I don't think have any reason to go to those spots. Cadres and the treasure map pieces, the treasure pieces, are the only spots that have any reason to go to. Mirrorwalk, I know. I never got to enjoy Mirrorwalk. Because when it first came out, it was actually worse for the Embers of Frost. And I sped ran my Flame of Frost so quickly that by time they revamped it and turned it into an okay spot, I was already out of Mountain of Eternal Winter. But I always thought it was such a cool design. Oh, I should probably... Never mind. Maybe I should reach out to Sure. What's the worst thing that happens? They say no, right? Maybe I should reach out to them and say, hey, my daughter does competitive singing. Here's a song she does, or she's done. I also do live streaming. What do you guys think? Sending me one of these SM7 DBs, and I'll put your shit on my stream. Worst thing they say is nah. For $500, sure. Yeah. Well, I already got a mixer. I ordered everything last night. The mixer's actually going to be arriving tomorrow. The mixer's getting here crazy fast. I thought that thing was going to be the longest. But when I saw that shit was already shipped out yesterday, I was like, fuck, I might as well order everything else. But everything's ordered. I already got the AT2040 coming. I'm excited though. I was actually playing with my IEMs last night. My IEMs. Drago's gonna get so pissed. I can't help myself though. Oh shit. Gotta make sure I don't destroy that tower. Save it for the next rotation. Yeah, I don't know, the band pulling on my head, it's not even like I have a heavy headset. I've been feeling this way for years. I've even had later just headphones. I don't know, I'm just over it. It feels so much more comfortable and relaxed not having something on your head, right? And then I got the little wireless ones too. Like, I really like mine. They sound great, they're comfortable. They have good battery life on them. The only thing that I'm concerned about is for my longer streams when I do like a 10 or 12 hour stream. Because they have an 8-hour battery life on them. But if I'm doing a 10 or 12 hour stream, that could be an issue. If it gives me a little warning when they're starting to get low, I could take one out. And then just listen with one, and then go like 20 minutes, and then swap to the other, and then go another 20, and then they'll be back charged, right? Because they charge pretty quick. I'm actually really curious to try the speakers. Because if I could even get away with speakers, that'll be even better. But we'll see how it sounds. Like I said, the whole purpose of this is to try to improve quality. Yeah, if you have glasses, my glasses are pretty good. They have pretty thin arms. Oh, duh, Arfa, yo. Yeah, I mean, if I just make it a habit every time I get up, instead of just carrying them with me, just put them in the box. Yeah, you're right. They would fully charge while I'm on my lunch break, right? You're absolutely right. So yeah, that wouldn't be a problem at all as long as I don't forget to do that. That's just a habit too, right? Once I do it enough, do that shit for a week, it'll become habit. Yeah, so if for some reason the speaker thing doesn't work out, then I'm gonna do that. I should have watched some reviews for that mixer though. I just trusted all the people that seemed like they were really well versed with what they're talking about yesterday. Dragor, Kate, and Nagatsumi. Nagat. 1 second. Nakatsumi, Megami. That's right. All three of them are like, yeah, that's a good one. I should have listened to some reviews. Hey, Diesel, you around here yet? What's up, Dragor? How you doing? I ordered everything yesterday. What do you hit me with that triple dots for? What's going on? That was a weird way to put that. Put what? Wait, what did I say? The fuck did I say? I don't even remember. So deep in my own fucking thoughts. That I just trusted you guys. Well, it's always nice to actually hear it in action too, right? Hear comparisons and stuff. I mean, you guys, like, I trust your guys' judgment. Especially, like, you guys might have disagreed on other things, but that was one thing where you guys are like, yeah, that's a good choice for the money, right? But it is always nice to actually hear it in action too. Get a little visual demonstration. That you just sounded like you. Well, I mean, I don't know you guys specifically, right? I haven't seen you get, like, I know you do music, but I haven't really seen you doing your art. I've seen a couple clips of you playing music, but I mean, what else can I say, right? But that you guys sound like you know what you're talking about. That's what we call being unbiased, Dragor. A little example. Button up your shirt, you slut, you're making me... Well. Am I buttoning up this high, though? Like, I got one more button there. I look like I'm ready to fucking sell Bibles. Yeah, Mixer's arriving tomorrow, Dragor. The thing's coming super fast. I'm probably gonna end up waiting on everything else. I end up ordering a slightly different arm because I didn't like those green logos on it. And I ended up finding another one that they have that is also low profile, but it's all black. Steinberg UR22, okay. Yamaha bottom? Okay. I like the idea too that this mixer has multiple inputs. It's not just like the really basic bitch one. Because if it ever does come a point where my daughter is like playing piano and singing and all that shit and needs multiple inputs, like we're now set up for that shit. So I'm actually, unless for some reason the thing ends up being a potato, I'm pretty happy with what its capabilities are supposed to be. Not to mention, I can't remember if it was Kate. I think it was Kate that found it on the Canadian, at a Canadian source at the same price as the American one. So like the one I was looking at online was, when it was originally sent to me, it was like $130 American. I was like, oh shit, okay, that's gonna be $200 plus tax and shipping. Canadian gonna end up being like $250. But then yeah, then they found one for the exact same price, $130 Canadian. I was like, hell yeah, that's awesome. What's a DAW? Digital audio wall? I know what a DAC is. Unless maybe that was a typo. Workstation, okay. Yeah, I already have Audacity installed. I've used that for making audio clips and stuff for quite a while. It's pretty awesome software. And doesn't cost you a fortune just to use it too. You know what my favorite price is? Free. Although they have probably a paid version that's a bit more robust, right? Most of those types of software do. I feel like that's such a good business model too, where you have a free version that does, like, for your casual person like me, does everything that you might want it to do. But if you do start getting like more professional with your audio work, then there's actually there isn't even a better, more paid version? Fuck. That's crazy to me. So are they like fucking WinRAR? Well, they're just doing it for free and saying, hey, if you don't mind, here's our link if you want to support us. Kind of bummed that they nerfed Seraph as much as they did, though. That movement thing. Make your dreams come true. Gracio, good morning. PvE changes. I'm just gonna make fucking Lightning Prison now an 8-second cooldown. Camelot Unchained. And it's going super well. Uh-oh. I sense sarcasm. What's this? Is this the game? Wait, why does this look like Champion Jason if he was like 10 years older? Wait, what happened there? Why'd that guy get flying into the air? Am I not crazy though? Does that not look like Champion Jason if he was 10 years older? Watch, it ends up being like Champion Jason's dad. It's so rough for like small indie companies to make MMOs, man, because like an MMO is a lot of fucking work. If you want to build everything you have from the ground up yourself, it's so much work. And like, even if like when you start it, your visions are modern, it ends up taking you a decade to get it out, right? By the time it comes out, like everything has already left what you've been working on in the dust, and you're just trying to lay the foundation. Is anything happening with Chrono Odyssey? I have absolutely zero interest in Chrono Odyssey for two reasons. One, the fact they were just copying and pasting the same assets as New World, and two, the fact that it's being published by Kakao. For those two reasons, I'm out. I already see the laziness, and they're going to be published by a company that is going to do that game no favors at all. I have zero faith in that. Maybe this will finally be Kakao's redeeming opportunity. Just like Alien, like look how poorly they handled Black Desert. Didn't they deal with the final? Like it's, I mean, there were so many Arc Ages, but weren't they involved with Arc Age at one point too? Like they just run everything into the ground, Kakao. If I were a game developer, at this point, Kakao would be the last people. I would treat them like the plague. Like, no, we cannot we cannot let them touch our product. If I'm not mistaken, and I could be, I'm likely mistaken, but if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure it was the revamp of Arcade where they said, we're not going to turn it pay to win, we promise, he, and then it ended up just fucking becoming pay to win in 6 months anyways. They just deployed it on a patch that sucked. Maybe I'm confusing it with something else. Arcade has had so many revivals now that they all kind of bleed together. I'm pretty sure I was right about one of them being like that, but maybe it wasn't the cacao one. They handle PoE in Korea? Really? Well, maybe their Korean division is better, right? I only have experience with their North American, or I guess European department, to be exact, because if I'm not mistaken, Cacao was in Belgium, in the Netherlands. If I'm not mistaken, they never had an NA office, but might be wrong about that too. It's been so long. I mean, I guess it could be worse. It could be Red Fox. You know, based off of what I heard from Red Fox, if I had to choose between Cacao and Red Fox, I'll take Cacao. I heard Red Fox was corrupt as fuck. But then again, people bullshit all the time and then just spread the bullshit around, and then because people hear the bullshit from multiple sources, they think it's true. Find it hard to believe what was being said was true, that apparently the GMs for Red Fox were going around and just giving their friends free currency and stuff. It's crazy, even in PvE, how little damage Interrogate does. Interrogate and Riftstorm. I really hope that if they do anything to Awakening Sage, that they buff the damage on both of those, even if it's just PvE. What's the camera not responding by gestures? Is it something to do with this shirt? There we go. We're gonna have a couple little intermissions today, chat. Be well, obviously our normal lunch, little intermission, but a little bit later in the day too, near the, a little bit close to the end of the stream. I got to take a little break too. Well, fuck me for communicating with you guys. Sorry about that. I won't do it next time. I'll just fucking go. You're a real piece of shit, you know that? I really hope fucking Dukes brings Warrior next time and fucking turns your ninja into a corn dog. His ego's out of control. Oh, did he play last night? Let's see how the AOS went last night. Did you hear Choice talking about him last night, about Dukes? No? Oh, let me find the timestamp thing. It was actually funny as hell. I'll actually play it on stream. It's true, though. It's true, right? This clip isn't a dog on Choice. It's the dog on Dukes, because Choice was absolutely right. I just gotta find where he said it. Maybe it was between the rounds. Where the hell did he say this? Okay, no, it wasn't this early. Oh, I think I found it. I found it. Okay, let me pull it up. I found it. Wait, where's my camera? Oh. Root. I can't remember if he's playing music. He hasn't it saved to the VOD too, so I got to make sure this isn't saved to the VOD on mine. Otherwise, it's going to be a problem for me. Oh, I already actually had it set up correctly. Okay. Listen. Anyways, that was it. It made me laugh. I thought it was funny. Because it's true, everybody is believing the propaganda about Wukong, but I mean, you know, there's no, once again, there's no doubt in my mind that Dukes has got better, right? He's been playing a lot, he's been practicing a lot, but to be up there rivaling like and above so many other people, right? Like this man's almost incarnate. Let's look, let's take a look. Actually, I was about to say, like, I mean, that's close enough to Bobo to be like, what the hell? Like, he's higher than Goldstein. The thing is like, he used to play Warrior with the same, right? The same advantages and disadvantages as all these guys. And he was, you know, always down here. Like, he's not better than Heart King. He's like, you take a look at any category. The fact that he's up there with all of these fucking people who are like top tier of their class tells me that there's something about that class that most people who play Wukong, most people are turned off by Wukong because of the propaganda, or most people just don't play it long enough to learn the tech to be successful on it. And that's why there just isn't a lot of people doing it. Like there's a specific play style that it's got to be something, right? Oh, I had the things open and I was on my other screen. Is buying amplified lightstones when grinding something like Tongue Grinder Dark Secrets worth it? I mean, little by little becomes a lot, right? Is it worth the money early on? I don't know, probably, maybe, depends on where you are AP-wise. You're gonna want them anyways. Right, you're gonna want them eventually anyways. So yeah, like, there's no doubt in my mind that Dukes has got better. Like, he didn't get that much better, you know? That's crazy. That'd be a serious glow up, you know? I think this is my conclusion about Wukong. Is it's a very hard class to be the victim on. And I remember traditionally, anytime I ever fought Dukes, he was almost always the victim on the team. He was the target. People would say, go for that guy. He's catchable. And I think it's hard to be catchable on Wukong. So just the fact that he's surviving and now is no longer the focus because that class is so hard to catch. That's my theory. Yo, what's up, Hedrick? Good morning. I miss the iframe on Judgment. Getting hit by slow towers while using Judgment sucks. They should make Judgment a PvE iframe. And the thing is too, Dragor, like, you could make the argument if you look exclusively at his warrior, like, well, he was just playing a victim class, right? So maybe he was just always a good player on a bad class. But that man went hard trying to push during the Awakened Sage when Awakened Sage was super busted and still struggled. So I can't even give it that either. Which then, like, it still raises the question, like, what is it about Wukong? The Awakened Sage was super easy to climb during that time. You just spam your fully protected movement and you kill people standing. You had unlimited stamina that season. Do you have your playlist somewhere? Banger after banger? If you type !playlist, that's the playlist I normally listen to, but I've been going, so the thing about Spotify is if you don't have your playlist on repeat or shuffle, after it plays the last song, it starts playing random music that it feels would be fitting for your playlist. So what I've been doing is just going to the last song in my playlist, starting the stream with that, and then just letting the Spotify suggest things based off my playlist for the rest of the stream. Oh yeah, Wukong is extremely good stamina wise. It can pressure practically every class's stamina in the game. Wukong is a class that if it doesn't want to be caught, it's extremely difficult to catch. Yeah, he definitely didn't play Sage as much as Wukong, that is for sure. Yeah. Well, it kind of goes back to what I said, right? Is Warrior was definitely a victim class, because every time it moved, whether it was frenzied charge, whether it was charging thrust, it was vulnerable. So as soon as you focus a warrior, he usually gets caught. It forces the warrior to try to turn and get away before people start focusing him. Where Wukong, on the other hand, yeah, that shit just gets out for free. And I think he would do a lot better on the Warrior too, now that Warrior has a ton of those forward guards, or super armors. The movement forward guards are super armors. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that he could get to 2K this season. He might not do it because he seems hell-bent on hitting Incarnate. I'm pretty confident at this point, though, he could just play his maintenance games, and he's obviously got top 100 locked in this season. You could play his maintenance games for the rest of the season and have that shit locked in. He wants to pass Divios. I mean, all it takes, like, he's close enough right now. All it takes is Divios to have a little bit of a bad night and him to have a good night. Actually, he's high enough. Has there been any matches where they've been fighting each other? Because, like, he's high enough now that there's a good chance they get paired against each other. You hope he does? Would be hilarious. It kind of would be. You are never going to hear the end of it, though. You know that, right? If he passes the player, imagine if he finishes the season higher than Divios. Divios is considered, not trying to glaze Divios at all, but I think it's pretty agreed upon that he's considered the best player in the game. And if Dukes ended up finishing higher than him, you would never hear the end of it. You will never, you'll just shit talk Divios? Oh, you'll just get banned in his chat. Divios doesn't deal with that shit. Welcome aboard the team, minus Rep Divios. Because, yeah, it's one thing to beat, like, it's obviously one thing to be the highest rated in your class at the end of the season. People flex being the highest rated of their class in the middle of the season or at the beginning of the season. How many streams do you see, like, number one Maywa, number one this, number one Warrior, number one that, just because it's like the first 3 days of the season and they managed to get number one, like it fucking means anything, right? People will brag about that. So imagine finishing number one. Not only finishing number one, though, but also finishing number one above the player that is considered the best player in the game. Duke's ego would be completely unchecked. There'd be nothing you could ever do to pop that ego. Because that's the thing, right? Is he could just say, yeah, sure, maybe my class was broken, but I still beat the best player in the game on that same class. Kind of would be deserved. 100%, right? 100%. But man, I mean, to be fair, I think I'd rather him do that than you. I think you'd be so much more toxic with that shit. Don't fucking question mark me. You know that shit's true. Would that make Dukes indirectly the best player in BDO? Actually, it would make Dragor the best player in BDO because he beat Dukes, and if Dukes beats Divios, that means Dragor also beat Divios. And I beat Dragor, so that makes me the best player. Ooh. Oh shit. You rolled me? Shut up. No, you didn't. I ran your fucking pockets. You were up like 2 kills one day on Seraph, and then the next day I fucking took you to the cleaners. Please, Daddy Dragor, can you help me learn the matchup? What a fucking half-truth. I was like, yeah, I don't know the matchup at all. Oh yeah, I didn't have my alchemy stone on either. And then I fucking fought you and took you to the cleaners. While that shit was busted too. I can't even imagine how that shit would go now. Even with both of us being nerfed, I'm pretty sure fucking cook your ass. Because now that class can't just get away for free. That's the thing though, is you could infinite pressure my stamina on that class and infinite get away. Now you can't. I might be bound by stamina, but you're bound by cooldowns. The thing about being bound by stamina is I get to choose when I go crazy and burn excessive amounts of stamina and when I don't. Where when you're bound by cooldowns, it's fixed, right? There's nothing you can do. I know that when you do a certain chain of movement, you cannot do it again. Otherwise, you're unprotected. So the second I see you do it, just hit you with a little shock relay, right? And now it's boring and shit, yeah. It's even more like Warrior than it used to be too because of the change. If you took charging thrust, knocked a couple seconds off the cooldown. What is charging thrust's cooldown? I can't even remember anymore. I wanted to say 10 seconds, but I feel like that's kind of high. Wait, what? 6.5 seconds? Yeah, I mean, I guess it's basically a slightly shorter charging thrust. But you can use it when it's off cooldown, but it's not protected. Warrior might actually just be the better Seraph now. Maybe not combo-wise, but... Because at least, like, you have a similar cooldown charging thrust. You don't have to burn, like, you can... This is part of the problem with Seraph, the way they changed the movement. Is like with Warrior, you could just use charging thrust for movement and you still have your iframe ready. But for Seraph, she has to use her iframe to start her full movement. So if someone turns on you right after you've tried to move close to them, you now no longer have your iframe to dodge. And then on top of that, Warrior has a backup on a longer cooldown, right? Where they can, if charging thrust is on cooldown and they decide they need to quickly get out, they could use frenzy charge. Or vice versa, right? They could use frenzy charge to go in, go for the grab, and then use charging thrust to get out if all of a sudden they get turned on. Liger should just go back to playing warrior. That's what he should do. I feel like without having that massive disadvantage of like some of the least protected movement in the game, Liger would probably pop off on it this season. One of the major things of Wukong propaganda, Dragor, is them saying that they don't do anything. Like, yeah, I get it. When they get most of their catches, they can't really do the good damage off of it. But they are actually, like, constantly, like... I see them finish the games with quite a bit of catches. So, yeah, sure, maybe it sucks for you that you can't do a lot off of it, but if your teammates are paying attention, they can actually, you know, your teammates are going to do something off of it. And on top of that, it's like, I don't know how many games I've seen where Wukongs are chasing somebody down and just killing them standing. And then their solution to it is like, well, you shouldn't have ran. If you just stay and fight, then the Wukong isn't going to do that to you. It's like, okay, yeah. Let's pretend for a second like every class can just fucking sit there and fight while they're low on health and have 3 people trying to finish them off. They are definitely downplaying that class for sure. They don't like it because it has movement on it. Yeah. I mean, a forward movement re-CC does kind of suck. And I think part of the problem is, too, is like the way they catch people. They don't have enough time. They don't have enough time with like one of their knockbacks to reposition for the forward guard and hit the knockdown. They have to immediately commit to the knockdown. So I could see why it feels like shit. I already miss just being able to hit Q block on my freaking Guardian and try to buy Gaussians. Oh shit. Oh no, it didn't go off actually. It's crazy how much faster my Guardian grinds than my Sage, though. What the hell? There we go. Is Shining not worth buying? Nah. I mean, it is if you haven't done any clicks on it and you have a Splendid to sell after, because then you're only paying like, you know, 800 bill for it. But I would rather not lose the tax on the Splendid by selling it. And I'd rather not lose, you know, I've already done 112 clicks on it, so I would effectively be throwing away all the silver I've dumped into it. I've already dumped, right, like 400 bill into it. So if I were to buy it for 1.4 billion, a trillion silver, and then you add on the money I'd lose from selling the Splendid, the tax, as well as the money I've already sunk into it, that's like 2 trillion silver, and I cannot justify buying that shit for 2 trill, because that's effectively what I'd be paying for it, right? So I'm already halfway there. I'll have it before the end of the year, even if I pity it. And that's the thing too, right? That's assuming that you pity the stone. By buying it, you just forfeit your chance of getting lucky with it. You spend more than you would pitying it, and you forfeit the chance of getting lucky. Crazy that we've already got more rings today than we did all day yesterday. That's fucking crazy. Or the same amount of rings. Just 2 days away from a massive global lab, yeah. Awakening Sage is going to have its PvE buffed. Odds on them postponing it due to their election? I'm actually honestly surprised there isn't a notice saying that they're postponing it yet. I feel like they would have put that into there by now. Because apparently their maintenance is delayed a day too, so they're going to actually be getting that patch, this week's patch, the same day as us, right? You know what would be a pretty big buff to Awakening Sage? They buffed the damage on it, buffed the damage on Riftstorm, changed Interrogate to its own ability, and made it a super armor. Another fucking demo. I missed grinding on this though. Even if it is slower than my Guardian, I missed it. I wish I could have the purple lightning on my Sage though. And the Ethereum Marine hat. I'd wear the Inferior Marine hat with the Adani armor. You missed the rare drop sounds? I know. I mean, if you guys can redeem them, right? We still have them on the soundboard. Hard to give up all those years of muscle memory. The thing is I have like lots of muscle memory with Guardian too. That shit, it was like riding a bike. It feels comfy. Just, I don't know. I just like Awakening Sage, the way it moves more. It's just crazy to me how hard Suck Guardian's abilities hit in PvE. Like Mountain Slam, for example, is like a third of the animation time of a full Lightning Prison, and it does like double the damage of a full Lightning Prison. It's fucking crazy. Blackblood Circle into the flow is like the same animation time of a full Lightning Prison, but does double the damage. I know. I don't understand why they got rid of the sound. The animation I get, because that interrupts people, right? But why the sound? And why not just make it a toggle? I mean, you could turn off the sound for other things, like voices and stuff like that, right? Ooh, mysterious box, chat. What we get? What we get? What we get? No shot! Yo! We're off to a good day today, fellas. We're off to a good day today. Stealing all the RNG? What do you mean? Did you see my luck yesterday? I got 4 demo rings. All fucking day. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, you guys, but those connection issues I've had are really, really fucking weird in nature, how they operate. They do feel like a DDoS. So something that I'm going to do, is if I'm ever clicking a link from somebody that I don't trust in chat, not somebody that I don't trust, but somebody like that's newer in chat or doesn't talk like super frequently, I'm just gonna put it in a little notepad. You think I'll reroll in Sage? Veteran. Oh, that's funny. Notepad aware, yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna do that, right? I'm gonna put it in a little notepad, who typed the message and the link, and if the thing happens again, I'm gonna reference the pad. I'm gonna change my IP again, and then do it over again, right? And if there's a common denominator, like a name that keeps popping up, then I'll slowly be able to hone in on it. But that shit, I've never had DC issues like that, and I've seen people get DDoSed, and it looked like that. Luckily, I don't have a static IP. I could just reset my modem and it gives me a new IP. So imagine if I had a static IP. I feel bad for people who have static IPs and then they have people doing that shit to them. Once again, I'm leaning more towards it was just ISP issues, but it is suspicious, right? It is something where now that's the second time I'm gonna start paying a little more attention to it. The fact that as soon as I hard reset everything, it solved that issue. Once again, doesn't confirm it's a DDoS, but maybe it's just my modem shit in the bed. I mean, my ISP did say they have a new modem. And I told them, well, this one's serving me fine. I don't see any reason to replace it. Maybe it's time to replace it. Am I familiar with it? I got a general idea how to do it. It's not something I've done a whole lot. But maybe the next time it's happening, maybe I should keep it open right now just to get an idea of what normal traffic looks like, and then the next time it's happening, look at it and see if there's anything just fucking going ballistic, right? One second, I'm gonna log into my router right now. That's a good idea. My router's actually really weird to log in. I can't use 192.168.0.1. I actually have to use my actual IP. I can't remember what setting that would be under. It's not under advanced. Am I crazy? System log? Web activity log. I'm just worried that I'm gonna accidentally adjust the setting and it's gonna restart the router right now. Without asking for permission. Like, I know where to see where which devices are connected. Maybe I'm not familiar. Maybe I was thinking of something else. You can see how many packets sent, packets received, but that's just a total. There's the wireless. So I think what I'm looking for is something that shows like any type of network traffic, where it's coming from and how many packets they sent, right? Because a DDoS basically is just spamming you with data and overwhelming your system, right? From what I understand. Well, I'll have to look more another time. Yeah. Well, if I go under advanced, there's nothing system logging. There's no diagnostics. I mean, it says stealth mode is on. I don't know what the fuck this is, but it says when stealth mode is enabled, the device will not respond to all unsolicited WAN traffic, including pings. That almost sounds like it's meant to be something like a DDoS protection built into the router, into the modem. Yeah, maybe it was just my network shit in the bed, and that when I restarted the modem and everything, it fixed it. Although I imagine, I don't know if that would protect from DDoS attacks though, because the modem will still, even if it's not responding to it, it's still going to have to acknowledge it and find out if it's something it needs to respond to or not, right? So I imagine that could still overwhelm it. By the way, I'm addicted to the security camera. Every freaking morning I wake up and like, okay, who is around my property? All day long I can see anybody who walks down the sidewalk. Unfortunately, there is still lots of events that show up because of traffic on the street, because of the way the headlights reflect off of vehicles in my neighbor's driveway and off the fence and next to my driveway. And if I want to have it filter out to only like people, apparently I have to pay for that feature, which is kind of annoying. Unless there's something I'm missing. Also, I set it up to only record events, but when I did that, it didn't actually record the events. All it would do is just take a picture. Do you? Oh my goodness, that sounds awesome. Not sure about that. I run record. Yeah, I changed it to record 24/7 now too. I changed back to that. The thing is, I don't understand. When I change from 720p to 2K, it feels like there's no difference in the recording at all. Moving rocks, yo. I hope you stub your toe on one, Cavell. Good luck out there. What resolution is my phone? I mean, it's a newer phone. It's pretty high resolution. I know that. I know it's definitely higher than, I mean, I could look it up right now. I typed resolution, but it's bringing me other things. Maybe I take a look at, just try to search screen mode. Let's see. Font size, style. Where the fuck would I see the resolution? Just Google the model. Yeah, I might have to just do that. Hey. 1080 by 2340. Oh, Orphic, is there a way to easily transfer the video to my PC if I ever wanted to? Yeah, I had a feeling. I had a feeling that was going to be it. What I was thinking I could also do, which would be kind of annoying, but I mean, I don't like having tons of shit on my desk. But using the what the fuck is the Windows thing? I can never remember the name of it that you use to connect to your phone. No, there's actually one built into Windows where you can actually control your phone remotely. Phone link, yes. How do I not remember that every time? So I guess what I could do is use phone link and then just use like a screen capture thing to watch the footage on my PC and save it to my PC. Oh, man. Well, we're off to a good start today for hitting our quota. In between all the rings we've collected and stuff, we're already over a third of the way to our goal. Actually, if you count everything else, I'm probably almost already halfway to my goal for today. They really need to make these paints a vendor for the minimum price. Maybe even a little bit less than min price or something. I mean, they're rare enough. Just let them fucking vendor for 10 bill. So annoying that this paint that I got, this pigment, sorry. I guess I should say pigment, not paint. But it's annoying that this pigment is probably gonna take like almost a year to sell. Actually, you know what would probably get armor pigments to sell? If they make it so the Adania armor glow will glow through outfits. Because there's probably a lot of people who have no interest in getting the purple glow for their armor because they're not going to be wearing their armor anyways, right? They're just going to be wearing a costume. Yeah. The problem with that is it just delays. It temporarily adds supply to it or demand to it, but I think they should do that and let it vendor for the min price. Yeah, they should have. They should have. Orphic, I agree. Thought I heard you. What's up? I moved away from the wall because I had to get back there. And it's hard to reach over, and I figured I'd leave it out if I got shit coming anyways. Quarter 10? Yep. You got a what? Oh, gotcha. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, just make sure you're ready at quarter 2. I'll come up and we'll go. So no AOS this season, even on Guardian? No. Only way I do a little bit more AOS this season if they reset the pass for a third time, but I doubt they'll do that. If they do this next season, though, where they do 2 AOS passes in one season, should be able to get that title next season. Are they going to bore us out to the ball? No good events? I mean, we have a pretty insane event right now. We've had great events the last few weeks. I guess it depends what you mean by event. Are you talking about in-game events? Because I feel like these events are really good. These are some of the best events we've had. And yeah, this event is building up to the ball for sure. You can definitely tell it's building up to the ball. Yo, what's up? I'm definitely Chris. My name's Chris too. Look at that. We got 2 definitely Chris's. Chris was such a popular name growing up. There was a point where I had a circle of friends and there was like 7 different Chris's. And we had to actually just start referring to everybody by their last name. I was the lucky one. I was the actual Chris because my last name was a fucking mouthful. I don't know why Chris was such a popular name growing up. Yeah, I always had multiple Chris's in my classroom too. Which one got Topher? Yeah. Honestly, it should have been me because technically my full name is Christopher. But no, it typically went either just by their last name or their initial and their last name. So like there was a Chris I knew, his last name was started with a P, so he was Crispy. Right? Chris L, Chris F. Although, no, I don't want to say his last name. He was referred to by his last name. There was why the fuck am I forgetting? Holy shit. Crispy Bacon? I know that shit's, that's a funny video. Oh, Chris K. Maybe it wasn't 7. Maybe I'm exaggerating. Including me, that's like 5, right? F, K, P, L, me. Maybe it was 5. Oh, A, Chris A, Chris. What's his name? Chris? There's another guy we always called Snake. For a stupid reason. I never was on board with it, but everybody else did, so I was like, fine, whatever. Fuck, I guess I'll call him that stupid name. Yo, that makes things easy, huh? Yeah, there's a lot of Chris's growing up. I'm trying to think of what the more popular female name was at the time, but I don't think there was any. I don't remember there being a lot of overlap with the girls that I talked to that were in my classes and shit growing up. Like, sometimes there might be 2, but like nothing like with Chris where I knew just fucking so many different Chris's. John. Yeah, even John wasn't that popular. John's my middle name, because that was my grandfather's name. Could have been CJ, yeah. Could have been. What is CJ short for? I never actually thought about that, because I did know a CJ when I was younger. I never asked what the CJ. Maybe Chris James? I mean, that would be CJ as well. Carl Johnson? Maybe Carl Johnson. Calamity Jane? Yeah, definitely that. Yeah, I knew an AJ growing up too. It was like Alex. I can't remember what his middle name was. I'm assuming that's where the J came from. Actually, I think it was like Alexander. But I guess he didn't like Alexander or Alex, so he just went by AJ. Or no, wait. No, it wasn't Alex, it was Anthony. And he could have gone by Tony, right? There's a lot of Anthonys that go by Tony, don't they? Maybe he didn't like that either. Man, I'm remembering a whole lot of people I haven't thought about in fucking decades now. I remember Anthony because, or AJ, because I remember when Killer Instinct first came out, he's like, yo, you should come over and try this game. And I remember we played the fuck out of that. You never know, a guy named MM is mother's milk. Could be. I have never known anybody named MM though. You go by Tony even though it's not your real name? Is there a reason why you chose that? You haven't watched The Boys? Oh, I have watched The Boys, yeah. Yeah, I got the reference. It's Anthony? Oh, okay, I thought so. Yeah. Yeah, I thought so. I thought Anthony's could choose Tony. One thing I find funny is fucking Richard. Apparently the short for that is Dick. Who thought that one up? Who hated Richard so much that they decided to abbreviate their fucking name to Dick? That shit cracks me up. The Pac-Man cabinet. We actually only had one arcade in town, and it was all the way across the city, so I had like no way of getting to it. It was too far. The thing is about my city is it used to be 2 cities, and the 2 cities grew into each other, so now it's just one. But we're not even like a super like developed cities, right? It's not like Minneapolis, for example, right? It's just it's basically 2 towns that grew into each other and are now called the city. But it has a giant footprint. The one place we did have, though, was a laundromat that had a LAN center set up in it. They had 6 PCs, and you could pay, I think it was like $1 an hour while you're waiting for your laundry to go on the PCs. But they also had some games loaded on them. They had the first Diablo, they had Duke Nukem, they had Warcraft, Warcraft 2, and I think Quake as well. And those were all the games they had. And me and my buddies would end up going there and just fucking play all day. And the owners of it were cool with us. They wouldn't make us have to actually keep paying every hour unless there was other people who wanted to use it. So we'd basically go pay for the first hour, and they just let us play all day. And as long as it didn't completely fill up, they wouldn't kick us out. They'd just let us keep going. And then as PCs became more affordable, all of us got PCs at home. And then eventually we figured out how to connect to each other remotely, which felt like an amazing feat at the time, where we could all be at our own house and still playing with each other. And then one of us would receive a phone call and get disconnected. Sorry guys, I gotta go. My mom needs to make a call. Our first PC was super expensive too, right? It was $2,500. $2,524.25. Because I remember going with my parents when they went to buy the PC, and they went to the bank to get the cash. They went in and bought it, and we brought it home. And I was so hooked. I was playing on it so much that it was pissing my parents off. I would have to try to race my mother downstairs to go play it because my mom wanted to play solitaire on it. But I remember it would be like late at night, and my parents would be like, you need to get off the PC, and I'd be playing like Ultima Online or something, right? And they'd be like, you have to get off. And I'll be like, no, 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 I gotta get somewhere safe. I can't just log off here. My dad would be like standing behind the PC and threatening to unplug it. I'm like, no, 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 if you just unplug it while it's on, you can break it, Dad. And my dad didn't know shit about computers, so he's like, just spent all this money on it, and he obviously doesn't want to break it, right? Oh, shit. The good old days. Wait, is there new codes? What's this pinned in by Septimus's chat? Let's see. The desert thanks you. Thanks you. Oh, okay, I guess I already used that one. Thanks for being with us. Wait, that doesn't even fit. Oh, I put 44. Oops. Oh, I guess I already used those. Oh, are they? Ah. Yeah, it's probably a good idea to remind people to use those codes, because those codes will expire once the next ball starts. You hear about the rumors that Big Sasha was invited out to PA HQ to talk about BDO PvP? Well, unless Sasha's leaning in on it, I was in his stream the other night, and he did mention that he's going to PA HQ. So I don't know if maybe it's a meme and he's now leaning into it, or if it's real or not, but I mean, I think Sasha's a good person to go talk to about the state of like open world, large scale. I think he would represent my opinions pretty damn close. We might disagree on some small things, but I think in general. He hasn't played the game in 3 years. I mean, he hasn't played it publicly in 3 years. You don't know what he's been doing on the side. Corgi said as well that he got invited. Oh shit. That's sick. Uncommon Trep W. Okay, chat. I'll be right back. I gotta go AFK briefly here. They just invited the BDO losers. You're just mad they're not inviting you. It's because they don't want their office to stink. They did invite Trep. The Pinoy got the invite, though. They sent the invite to the Philippines. Oh, shit. Oh, it's too fucking funny. I'll be right back, chat.
Blaga 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 blom 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 bim 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 spiegel bom bom yes 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 yes.
I'm getting hacked.
Like, like,
Emotional damage.
Bark.
Miguel. Hey, Armin, bark.
Thanks, Blue Bark. You too.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Okay, I'm back. Yo, what's up? What are you guys listening to? What is going on? Wait, why do I hear myself? Oh shit, did I get a raid? Sorry about that, you guys. I had to run out and then I was like, you know what? I'm gonna add the extra 10 minutes, call this my lunch break. I'm allowed a 30-minute lunch break, right? And I got my sandwich here. We need the perfect face for a song like this. What do you guys think? Would you marry her? What is that? What is that game called? Date her, kiss her, kill her. No, marry her, kiss, kill, something like that. I don't fucking remember. Marry, kill, fuck. Yeah. So which one is it, chat? All three? What? What? Ain't no way you're putting a bag on that. You kidding me? Not for her, for me? She got strong throat game. What do you think the mustache is for, too? Mm-mm-mm. Definitely a strong grip from pulling weeds all day. I'm playing with one hand right now. Not for the reasons you guys think, because I got a sandwich in my hand. Fucking weirdos. But we gotta make those forearms real big. Boom. Get those grippers. Oh, hands are already super big. Let's broaden those shoulders. Boom. Now make sure those shoulders are real broad. Boom. Oh, no, maybe not. I thought one of these affected the booty. Oops. I have big glutes. Oh, shit. I'm making a mess here. My sandwich. My chicken salad's falling out of my sandwich. Yeah, looking like a fucking chicken. That's a chicken leg if I ever saw one. Oh, she bounced around on her tippy toes. Wait, what's going on with her boobs when I do that? Pick me, pick me, pick me. I'm pretty sure that's perfection right there. Do you guys like chicken salad sandwiches? Leftover chicken breasts chopped up with celery, onion, bit of cayenne, a little bit of mayo. Fucking delicious. Look at her. Look at those forearms now. She's looking like she can really pull a tree out by the roots. God damn. Look at that chin. Oh my god. I'm pretty sure she can't see her feet because her chin will get in the way. It'll start hitting her chest. Mm-mm-mm. By the way, you guys, I ordered a new mic, mixer, and all that shit. I'm hoping it'll be here before Saturday. I'm so fucking tired of this guy. I can't say a fucking thing. I can't say a fucking thing to anybody in my chat, or this fucking guy is just gonna say some shit. Wait, why did the TTS not work? Oh, I had it turned off in this scene. Damn it.
Miguel Sula. Or the like
Yeah, I'm back. Oh, that was perfect time to step away. That was perfect timing. Hell yeah. Okay, back to the grind. We got a goal. We got to make up for the little bit of distance we didn't get yesterday towards our goal. Request? Oh, did I miss the Wait, what's this? Oh, that's quest. I wish I could just stop that quest. So tired of that thing popping up in there. You made a dank breakfast on your Blackstone? If I had a Blackstone, I would be fucking using it every day to cook everything. Fixing up my little patio area and then having something like that is... You could have got one instead of a mic. The problem is I don't have the place to properly store it in the winter and shit. I don't have a proper area to place it. I don't have a proper area to store it. That thing would be fucking toast after 2 years. A decoration in the back of the stream. Yo. Time to move to being a cooking streamer. We just do a Blackstone cooking all day long. We'd have to do like a combo stream. Working out and cooking. Because I need something to do something to help fucking burn off everything I'm eating. True. We could actually do all three. Henry's Kitchen 2.0. Is that a stream? Is Henry's Kitchen a thing? Real goofy stuff. Sounds like a good stream. Streams are best when they're a little goofy. Oh, you know what I want to do, chat? I want to make a list. I want to make a list to PA. There might be some overlap. I know Biseptimus has a list already started of like things he would like to, like problems with the game that he'd like them to address. But I want to make a list that's a little bit different. And there might be some overlap. But I want my list to be, what are things that they could announce that would be like home runs at the ball that people would go crazy about, and some of them being like super simple. I miss that sound. I know, right? Isn't it crazy? I want to keep that as a sound effect in my stream, even though you can't really use it to troll anymore. But keep that as a sound effect as just like a relic. Because you know, like there's going to come a time where like 5 years from now, people are going to be like, what's that sound? I don't know what that is. What's that mean? We're talking just things they announce or things that actually come out without being indefinitely delayed? Things that if they announced it and it came out would be super poggers. Do a bingo? Nah, bingo cards are no. This is like a list of stuff that if PA wanted to just set the community on fire. Maybe not on fire. Maybe that's a bad word. That kind of sounds bad. Get the community excited. Like I want bingo and realistic bingo. Well, I did that last year. I did a, not last year, but the Calpheon Ball. I had 2 bingo cards. I had what I want them to do and what I expect them to do. 2 brand new classes released at the same time. I doubt that'll happen. No more new classes. There's always going to be new classes every 6 months. Get used to it. If you're not used to it by now, after 10 years, you're playing the wrong game. You need to have some more realistic expectations. It's been 10 years of at least 1 class every 6 months. Account wide wait is never happening. The amount of hurdles that they would have to jump through for that. You got to remember, there's a ton of people who have wait on multiple characters, and they would have to just start refunding a bunch of it, right? There's no world where they ever do that. I mean, I shouldn't say there's no world, maybe, but you're talking like you might have a better chance of winning the lottery. You enter to a flashing red icon. Okay, you fixed it. I don't get it. Oh, the loot scroll got you. Yeah, yeah. Maybe they just give you the weight from whichever character is the highest. But once again, even if they did that, they still have to refund you on all the weight you bought on everything else. They're not going to want to do that. It's a lot of work to make sure that that goes smoothly. That's the whole reason why they added family weight, right? That's this. If they do anything, they'll just expand on this and let you keep buying more and more of this, right? Because there's still a lot of this locked. They will expand on this more. Let's do it, chat. Let's fucking do it. These are the things that I think if they announced would be an absolute home run. How do you bring up the notepad again? Function notepad. Here we go. Oh yeah, I had a thing to try to remind me what day my riffs were. Oh no, I didn't mean to delete them all. Where's my undo button? I think some of those were important. Wait, where is it? Okay, sorry, I was responding to something. Okay, so add note. Heidel ball home. Can I increase the font size? I can increase the color. I can bold. I can italicize. Da, 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 da. What's this? Oh, transparency. Wait, you can change color of the whole window? Oh, interesting. Of the note itself. When's the ball again? The 25th of July. Okay, so family weapons, family fitness stats, family life skill accessories, family life skill tools, or the rest of them. Family life skill clothes. Although that one might be a little bit trickier. New tier pets, I don't think we need that. I mean, they already have us limited on grind speed. treasure fishing rod, treasure fishing lure, some 2-man party spots. I like that. Collectible treasure pets. So can I hit tab here? No, I can't. Rare drop while grinding. Wait, collectible treasure pet skins. That's what we wanted to go with. Rare drop while grinding. Can drop a skin for your pets of the mob it dropped off. So you can collect a whole grind spot of pets skins. So you could have like a whole set of underwater mobs following you around, looting and shit. Another grind spot with Devos here. I want something a little bit more than just grind spots, though. I think the only reason why I'm putting this in there, the 2-man party spots, is because I think they need to put more emphasis on that. Like, actually, you know what? Here we go. Party spots scale with size of party. So you can either do them 2, 3, 4, or 5-man spots, but only the party spots scale, not all spots. Imagine riding a centaur or a Farika. Yeah. New. Yeah, well, I guess we'll just go mount skins. Different types of mounts, like wolves, bears, Farikas, and guardians. Is that as big as I can make this? Armor glow through outfit. They'd have to redesign the glows because the glows are specifically tailored for the Adana armors. And if you just like tried to get that shit to bleed through, like there'd be crazy clipping right now. Yeah, new grindable outfits. I think well, I'm gonna put it in that. So new grindable outfit, and then in brackets I want to put every new region should come with a unique grindable outfit, because I honestly think that every time there's a new region there should be like a rare outfit that comes with every region. That should be just standard. Let's see what else. Like, I want to put no more time gating on there, but I understand that that's kind of more of a subjective opinion. I know there are some people out there who like time gates, although I disagree with the reasons why they like them. You want dragon mounts that you can loot stack on? I think it's inevitable that we're going to get permanent loot, dragons. Grindable progression. All of our progression is grindable right now, but that kind of goes to that time gating thing I was just talking about. I'm not a fan of time gating. I'm a huge fan, though, of having weeklies to increase the base progression for casual players, though. Like, I don't think we should go to an environment where you only can grind for progression. And for the people who have limited play schedules, they just never get to do clicks because they don't grind enough. I think that'd be fucking awful. That's worse than what we have now. How old is your character? Ooh, how about... I was going to say 67 for the memes, but I feel like that's too old. Maybe just make it my age, 42. It'll be easy to remember. Then I can relate to him better. So ancient? God damn it. You guys see this? Do you think they'll ever do family-wide gear? Well, they just really need to do family weapons, right? Like, that's the biggest thing. Will they ever do it? I think it's highly likely. More so, like, when will they do it? Ooh, chat. Marnie loot tracker available everywhere. Wait, what did I miss? What did somebody else suggest? Oh, lower whaling pities? Yeah. Cut fallen god pities in half. Give away free tet. Give away one unsellable tet fallen god. And then also combine DR/evasion fallen gods into same piece. Because right now there's the right answer and the wrong answer. If you go evasion fallen god, you're just making yourself weaker in PvE and PvP because everybody has so much accuracy now that at the fallen god level, you just don't have enough evasion for it to ever be meaningful in any situation. And all you're doing is making yourself weaker in PvE by not having the DR version. So I think they should just combine them. Oh, yes. Wait. RBF consumables for 1 silver. Evens the playing field a bit between the people who can and cannot afford consumables, as well as increases the silver per hour of RBF. Or you know what? I need to... Maybe I'll do each one of these points. We need to put a little dash. Oh, you know what I could probably do too? Does it bold the whole thing or just, yeah. Maybe I'll just put a space between all these. No, I don't like that. I'll change the color of it after. Okay. No, I don't like the idea of no consumables in RBF because every single environment you find yourself in, you're using consumables. And when you don't use consumables, not only does it make your character feel weaker, because you're losing attack speed and movement speed and all that shit, it makes your character feel weird, right? So I think it should be standard how your character feels across all areas. You use consumables in every other environment, why not also RBF? It makes more sense just to make RBF one silver RBF consumables. I'd also like to see them dude, can I just 1 second. 2 active presets. Can I do Control B? 2 active presets at once. 1 for PvP, 1 for PvE. Allows people to defend themselves while grinding from random attackers. Add that guild tag system. PvP, life skill, I don't know, I'll just put etc. Tags. PvP tag allows one-sided decks. What else would we like to see, chat? Lame Go, the equalized gear RBF sounds great and all, but in my experience, it just wouldn't be played anyways. Once upon a time, we had that way back in the day, in the early days of RBF, and it was popular for about a week, and then people stopped playing it. So it sounds good in theory, but in practice, people just end up not doing it. Actually, here's a big one. AOS on a regular schedule. What the fuck? Schedule. Nah, Team AOS would be shit. We don't have the population for Team AOS, for one. And for two, Team AOS would, because our population is so low, you would have some teams that are so highly optimized that what would end up happening is you would queue 1 or 2 games. You'd be like, oh, yeah, that team is destroying us. Okay, we're not going to queue anymore. And then you'd just be sitting there waiting in queue all day, occasionally getting a game. And you would just find out if either you're the team that stomps or you're the team that's getting stomped, and then you either stop queuing or you keep sitting in queue, waiting for the next team to test the waters. We already have team practice mode too, right? If you want to just fuck around with your friends, you could queue as a team on that. Your AP is the average of your awakening and main end. That is so inconsequential these days. I feel like that in general would make things worse, not better. Because I think I know what your goal is. You want to make it so you can, like, if you're awakening, you can swap the spec, you can swap easier to the other side, right? But what would that would create is a situation where everybody feels obligated to get both of their main hands to deck, and that's really, like, getting one deck for a casual player is a big ask. I mean, maybe they could just do one weapon, but I can't imagine them doing that, where everybody just has one weapon and it applies to any spec. I'm gonna add more to this. None of this BS where AOS disappears for months. Real talk, I just think they have too many buffs in general in game. I don't think it's that bad. I mean, you have a Harmony now that practically does everything for you. I think that was a valid criticism until Harmonies came in. I mean, remember back in the day, you'd have to run like 16 elixirs, 10 fucking different mushrooms. You would have to run to each villa. You would have to pop 3 or 4 different foods on a 30-minute rotation. Holy shit. If you think it's bad now, it was fucking tragic before. Now it's just one food buff, your tent, your villa, your church, and your Harmony, and then maybe your perfume if you're rich. Rotating PvP modes, like, that's what I was hoping that's what they were gonna do, where they would do like a month of AOS, and then they would take a month off of AOS where they then work on it. And then while they're doing a month off of AOS, they do a month of Guild League, right? And then they alternate the two, and while one is in the off season, they work on it and improve it. So this way they're not making major changes to a game mode mid-season, right? I was hoping that they were gonna like take an approach like that. Make nighttime Arsha mode. Yeah. The thing is I'm trying to think of ideas that... The thing about Arsha nighttime mode is there's going to be people who are against it. I'm trying to think of ideas that either everybody will be for it, or mostly everybody will be for it. Or if you're not for it, you're still not against it. It's just something that doesn't really affect you. Like AOS on a regular schedule, obviously there's a lot of people who don't PvP, but this isn't going to negatively affect them, right? Same thing with this guild tag system. where it won't really change anything to the guilds who don't want to participate in it, because they could just tag themselves as a life skill guild. But for the guilds who do want to participate, they could tag themselves as this, right? I feel like all of these are really good at not affecting anybody negatively, but either affecting, you know, a portion or larger of the community positively. That's kind of what I'm aiming for with this list. Ooh, I forgot about that. That takes a little bit of explanation. So extra unused paint can be used in your guild manor to charge a statue for house buffs. For the guild. Because right now, like, once you have all the treasure items, you have nothing to use your paint on. It'd be cool if you could do that to benefit your guild and help create more sense community within guilds. Yeah, that's already there, Lame Go. Right, that would be this system, right? Where you can tag your guild as a PvP life skill or whatever. For exactly that purpose too. I wish I could adjust the font size. You know, I could probably get rid of these dashes if I'm going to use bolds and font colors. So maybe we'll make these. Ooh, okay, that's bright. I like that. See, now there's something I want to put on this list that I think would be a home run in general, but would only affect the PvP scene. And I think light skillers would be against it because it doesn't negatively affect them at all. But that's removing the alliance system. I'm sure there's some life skilling guilds that have alliances of like multiple guilds just for shits and giggles. But I think the alliance system is a huge problem for the PvP scene. The PV should be allowed. I think you mean PvP, right? It's a toggle the GM of a guild can set to receive them. Can you actually do that right now? The GM can set up an auto accept thing for decks? Is that actually a thing? This is the first I've heard of it. I think everyone that PvPs wants Lance is gone and has for years. Yep. I just realized this is a part of that. Shit, what's the default color? There it is. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we know that there's... Yeah. That's not what we're talking about, Nikatsu. And yeah, still guilds wouldn't use it, right? I just... Anyways, I don't want to get too hung up on that one. I don't know. I can't think of really anything else. I mean, there's a lot of other things that we could obviously ask that we want. But like I said, I want this list to be stuff that I think would be a home run. That there'd be nobody who would be like, oh, that sucks. I don't like that because it affects me negatively in this way, right? I feel like all of these do a good job of either you love it or you just don't care because it doesn't affect you. But it's not going to be a change where anybody's like actively against it. Larger boob sliders. Okay. And yeah, I think we're done for now. We'll just add one more. I don't know why the color's not changing. There we go. There we go. The fuck? Can I not do both at the same time? There we go. Wait, I can't, can I? What the hell? What if I do this and then this? Okay, that worked. Oh my god, what the fuck? Okay, done. Perfect. I'm glad we can all agree on those changes. Good job, chat. I'm glad we can all agree on those changes. Cheers. Proximity voice chat would be amazing. But as a streamer, I'd have to keep it off. I'd end up with some feisty DK trying to get my channel banned. Yeah. Especially too, if the voice chat scaled with distance, if the volume scaled with distance, right? That'd be funny as hell doing a drive-by. Especially if you could do a little drive-by on a CM or a GM. Middle of a live stream on the official channel. Oh, goddamn. That'd be funny as hell. I feel like there is something that I've mentioned a bunch of times that I forgot to put on that list. More time gates. Dukes, I swear to God. Dragor and I were talking earlier that we want you to not only overtake Divios, but finish the season higher than him. Because if you beat Divios, then you could say you beat the #1 player. But Dragor beat you, so that means he's effectively beat the #1 player. And I beat Dragor, so that means I've effectively beat the #1 player. So you gotta do this for all of us. And then I'm sure at some point everybody's beat me. So that would effectively mean that Divios is now the worst player. You got to do this for us. You got to do this for the community. Okay? Become the Crimson Dragon? No way, I'd be the Indigo Dragon, obviously. Is it better to grind the pipe-shaped telescope part on City of the Dead or Dark Seekers? I'll give you a pipe-shaped to grind. Probably Dark Seekers is better money. I can't remember what City of the Dead was like. I hated City of the Dead. But I know they made it better. Sorry, that was inappropriate. Ooh, another double ring. Did I miss something? Are you guys talking about Agris? When you talk about points and timer? Oh, yeah, yeah. Agris is such a weird thing, right? It's a system that's designed to make it more efficient for casual players the first couple hours, to allow them to, you know, have a little bit, everybody to have a little bit of accelerated like improved value to your grind for like your first hour every day, right? That whole system isn't actually designed, it's designed to put like a damper on the people who play a ridiculous amount, right? And I'll hear people recommend all the time that they should add a way to recharge your Agris, like, and they don't realize that that would make Agris not serve the purpose it's designed for. Because now all of a sudden, it would actually hurt new players more if they end up doing that, right? Is one of the direct things that drive inflation in the game is putting more silver in the economy, and more trash does exactly that. And the way the system, if all of a sudden the people who play 8, 10, 12, however many hours a day can recharge their Agris, all they're going to do is drive inflation harder. They'll have more silver in their pockets, but they're going to drive inflation. And then your casual players, who the whole system is supposed to benefit the most, those players will have to pay inflated prices because of the inflation driven by having Agris available all the time. But I definitely understand what you guys are saying, that it needs to be a little bit more efficient across spots. I don't know how they perfectly accomplish that though, because like if you change it to a timer instead of a point system, then all it does is just change which spot it's most efficient at, right? It's not going to make it equally efficient everywhere. So it's, I don't think there is a perfect way to handle it, unfortunately. I think it's way better than it used to be. I also kind of like the idea that maybe it should be less valuable at the higher spots. Like if you're a Giga Gear Lord like me and you're grinding the 385 spots, I'm actually fine with Agris being less valuable here, because once again, I really feel like Agris is meant to help more casual, less progressed players. Yeah, but the thing is too, like, yeah, Agris technically proportional to your what your normal trash is versus your Agris trash, or Beta is like one of the best spots to use it. But it doesn't make sense for me to leave this spot and make like a billion silver less an hour just to get a little bit more money out of my Agris. It ends up being an opportunity cost. It doesn't actually end up giving me any value. Maybe they need to add like a lower tier scaling or something, where the lower spots you get a lot more value out of your Agris, and as you get progressed higher and higher, it becomes less and less valuable. So it benefits newer players and casual players the most, because the casual players are the ones that are going to be more likely at the lower spots, right? Then it puts more silver into the pockets of the newer players who need silver to progress, and doesn't put more silver into the pockets of the people who don't need silver and are just going to drive inflation. Oh boy, do I even want to know what this clip is? Oh no, that clip, why? Come on, Amazon, send out my microphone. Let's see how my mixer's doing. Ooh, it's in transit. It's in transit. Yeah, it's definitely being delivered tomorrow then. I ended up going with the AT2040 because it was super affordable. I wanted the SM7B, but that's a lot of money to spend. And with the AT2040 only being like 130 bucks and still getting me like 90% of the way there, it seemed like a smarter choice initially. And then later on down the road, if I want to step it up to an SM7B, I could do that. But With the markup on Canadian shit and the tax and all that stuff, I really don't feel like spending almost $1,000 on a microphone. And I can't wait to use my IEMs with it. My IEMs are fantastic. In fact, my IEMs, I was playing with them last night, and the IEMs sounded really good. I've had my IEMs for quite a while now. Yo, you did this, Dragor. You did this. Their monitors, I put them in my ear. They help me monitor my music. I don't care what fucking circusry you tried to jump through, Dragor. You're just trying to pretend like you're a bougie bitch. That's like tea drinkers who get mad at people for putting cream in their tea. That's what you sound like. You sound like a little pretentious bitch. Damn, left and speechless. How that or he's writing a whole damn story. How did I guess?
Yo, Chad, I've got a bit of a poopy butt from sitting in this chair too long.
Shut up, bitch!
Oh, fuck. God help us if Dukes, take your warrior and put Dragor in the dirt. We cannot have him win the next one and get unlimited redeems. PayPal me 5 cents. And I'm pretty sure you owe me because like all day I'm always giving you my 2 cents. Re-add the mic mute. If I re-add the mic mute, I am legit going to make it cost money. Because that shit was so tilting. I'd be in the middle of like a fucking conversation, a real-ass conversation, and then I'd get hit with that shit. It fucking drove me crazy. So there has to be some silver lining. That's what made it so funny? That's what pissed me off so much. I ain't letting you guys piss me off for free. I'd be in the middle of making a great fucking point, and then you guys would mute my ass. Be nice to listen to music uninterrupted. Boy, do I have a system for you, folks. You know what you need to do? You know what you need to do? You need to go to the X in the corner and click it. Then you go and download Spotify. And then you can play your own music. Play your own music. That's what you could do. Have you considered that? There's no one else you want to watch right now? Why not? What about Janae? Isn't she streaming? People love watching her. YouTube music better in my opinion because they actually shuffle songs and randomize stuff. My only issue with YouTube music is I don't like that they don't normalize the volume. I also... Does YouTube have like a standalone app yet? Because I hate the fact that I have to use my browser as the player because I like to listen to Biceptimus on my other monitor. And if I have to have my browser playing in order for you guys to hear the music, then I can't listen to a streamer on the side. Booba. Hey, if you like Booba, there is some real fantastic streamers out there. Yeah, if YouTube had a standalone, that'd be nice too, because I already pay for YouTube Premium. So if they ended up having like a standalone YouTube player, like for your desktop, that'd be kind of sick. I could drop my Spotify subscription. Because you're right, the lack of a proper shuffle pisses me off. Don't they have an app? I mean, they have an app for your phone, yeah. But I want something for my desktop. Because that allows me to separate the audio better. I don't want to have to stop listening to my favorite streamer Biceptimus Prime or Mr. Rapolis or whatever, like whoever I'm listening to while I'm streaming, right? And if I have to use the web player, the browser, then I can't listen to them at the same time because the audio will come through. I mean, what I could probably potentially do is do that Windows link thing again, that phone link, and then just play the music through that. But can't you still embed streams in a VLC media player? Yeah, I could probably do that, but that's just tedious. I don't want to have to do that because I like to flip around between streams, see what's going on. I won't just sit in the same stream all day while I'm streaming. Occasionally I'll like click through and see, oh, what's Aeon Janus up to? You know, what's Archive up to? What's Norelio up to? Yeah. You could probably set up like a bat file, right? Linking to each and every one of their streams. And then you just click that and it'll automatically go through, configure, and blah, 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 blah. Could you use a different browser? I mean, I could, but once again, it's tedious. I'd rather just have an app. Well, I guess I could use Edge since you can't really get rid of it anyways. You're gonna get a job at YouTube and create one for you? Hell yeah. I just don't understand, like they already have an app for their phones, and stuff, right? I'm surprised they just don't have a desktop version. Yeah, and that's probably exactly why they haven't bothered with it, right? Because they would have to maintain it every time they make an update to one. They'd have to do it to both. And you're right, most people are just going to use their browser because most people just use their browser to watch YouTube anyways. I mean, maybe I was going to say maybe I could just get an emulator. But at that point, I might as well just use another browser. Ugh. Another mysterious box? We're cooking today. Wait, how many Caffers did I just get? 150. I would have rather had Crons, actually. That's actually probably one of the worst things from those boxes. I think the minimum amount of Crons you could get is 300. That's probably the worst fucking thing you can get from it. Oh my god, that fucking sucks. That's interesting, Vokia. Another issue I had with YouTube in the past is not normalizing the volume. Actually, no. Yeah, I probably can't do it because my song request uses Spotify, and there's no world I'm going to ever allow YouTube song requests because there's some foul shit on YouTube. Not to mention, people will queue up shit that's going to ear rape you too, right? Where it starts quiet and fucking gets loud, and I would probably have to get rid of song requests if I shift away from Spotify. I've been kind of enjoying the song requests for the most part until I hear fucking wails or somebody farting in their toilet or somebody drinking an endless water bottle. You notice anything in common with all of those things I just said, Dragor? They're all fucking shit you've requested. Every last one of them. Someone had a song earlier with anime moans and the word hentai in it. Was I AFK for that one? I don't remember that. By the way, you guys, I get into my car and it's usually a you did the wrong thing there, Kyle. It takes like a minute or two once I start driving for my car to pick up the Bluetooth. I hop in the vehicle to quickly go drop my wife off, and all of a sudden that fucking Hank Hill shit just starts blasting in the car because I guess she had the volume turned up in the car, but all of a sudden the fucking car took over the music you guys were requesting. My wife she goes, "What is wrong with you guys?" I say, I gotta pull over on, I gotta send this back to them. So I pulled over and sent it back to my PC so you guys could continue listening. I gotta figure out if there's a setting without turning the Bluetooth off on my phone, if there's a way to stop my vehicle from automatically taking over Spotify. There has to be a setting for that, right? Who queued that song yesterday? Probably you, Kate. Probably you. You think you figured out how to do it? Oh, this is gonna be some fucking comment. Let me guess. Stick some grapes up your ass? Frozen grapes, sorry. Went into Spotify, picked the device, and turned off auto. Great song. Who's the artist? Blobfish. Okay, pick the device. I don't know where to turn off auto. Sorry, I just took it over to my phone. Trying to see if I can find this setting. Sending it back to the PC. Can't find how to get to my settings on my phone, because I would imagine it's probably best to adjust that on my phone, since my phone's the thing connecting to the vehicle. Fuck. In the car, prevents your phone from going to sleep whenever you're controlling Spotify in the car. I wonder if that's the setting. It sounds like it just stops my phone from going to sleep, but maybe if I turn that off, then it won't wake up my phone when it connects to the car. 'Cause I think that's what's happening, right? Ooh, somebody popped the buffs on this channel. Thank you, whoever that was. Let's see, who was it? Terminator. Appreciate you. I have an Android phone, yeah. Oh, so it sounds like I do that in my vehicle. Oh, maybe not. 1 second. Android Auto, here we go. Automatically start media when you start driving. Woo! Get that shit out of there. I found it. Thanks, Valkia. That looks like exactly the setting I was looking for. Because, yeah, I don't want to turn off the Bluetooth on my phone, but I'm tired of it just automatically starting the music, because I like just listening to the radio, and there's a lot of times where I don't even want to listen to music in the car. I'll just roll down the windows and listen to the sounds of the city, right? I sit here listening to music all freaking day, and, you know, I love music, but sometimes it's legit just nice hearing traffic. Believe it or not. Or birds or whatever, depending where I'm driving. The sound of the wind blasting past your window. Shut up, Dragor. You probably need help to wipe your ass. What are you talking about? Type a message, Dragor. I'll read it without my glasses. Oh, fuck. I had to... My one eye is so much worse than the other. I had to turn mine off as I listened to audio books, and they would start at the service center. No. Yeah, center every time they turned on the car. LOL. Holy fuck, that was hard. I probably looked like I was having a stroke. Holy, I'm fucking blind. If there was ever a zombie apocalypse, as soon as my glasses get broken, I'm dead. I'm dead. That's the realization I just came to. Maybe instead of getting a 5090 to improve the game's graphics, I should have got like LASIK on my eyes to improve the world's graphics. Yeah, it turned RTX on IRL. Oh, shit. Shut up, okay? Anybody ever teach you to respect your elders? Ooh, these bosses have been awesome today. Already made like 10 bill off them. You ain't that old? Tell him. Tell him. You hear that, chat? I'm not that old. Oh shit. Has anybody got the big reward from these boxes yet? What is it, like 10, 20,000 crons? $70 hungers? I mean, that's still not too bad. Oh. Yeah, I've had one 1K box. I've had more of the mysterious boxes than the 1K boxes. A ton of the 500s. I haven't even been tracking them. Hilarious how little damage Realm of Anguish does, even with the frickin' Sakraya buff up. Damn. Kind of crazy you included the picture of your mother behind me. Because they're too busy actually laughing instead of fake laughing and typing LOL. Uh-huh. What do you mean, Bosch? Don't uh-huh me. Whose side are you on? Hey, what's up, Blade? Need more coffee. Oh, I need to clean my vehicle too. My vehicle's a fucking mess. I usually just take it to the coin op. They have vacuums outside. Ends up costing me $10 and I get a pretty good clean on the inside and outside of my vehicle. Ooh, some tea sounds kind of good. Oh, nice. chains. Wailing my dog inside. I hear her pawing at the door. 1 second, chat. Fucking fish, man, I swear to God. Do I get up for going upstairs and grabbing a couple of Oreo cookies? You should be able to buy Oreo cookies without the cream filling. I love the cookies so much more than the cream. That'd also be way more expensive. Probably would be, because they have less, so that means you must obviously charge more. By the way, Kanjara, Valkia showed me the setting to actually disable that Spotify shit. Apparently, I don't know if you have an Android phone, but apparently if you go into your phone, go to Android Auto, there's a setting to automatically start playing music in your vehicle. If you're 1730, I mean, if you take a look at the Monster Zone info, it says 1770. I mean, if you're 1730, Guardian's a good enough grinding class, you might be able to start there. Might be a little scary when the golem spawns, because if your AP is that much lower, your DP is probably low too. Why do you want to get 10 trilled? Do you want to tap something? Of course, I always want to tap something. Will they give me something to tap is the real question. I've always, you know what luck is? Luck is where preparation and opportunity meet. Where an opportunity pops up and you're prepared enough to take advantage of it. A lot of people will consider that luck if they just try to look at it very shallowly. So I try to make sure I'm always prepared so when an opportunity arises, I can take advantage of it. It lets you take your luck into your own hands to a certain degree. There's a lot of people too with how easy it is to just get the silver for your time gated taps. There's a lot of people who have been very complacent in their progression too. Because, right, it's not really affecting them if they grind or if they don't. So, Pearl Abyss has a, they're notorious for overcorrecting, and then the pendulum swings back. So, I just want to be prepared for the situation where if the pendulum does swing back and they stop doing time-gated content, I'm ready to put the pedal to the floor again. And alternatively, right, if the pedal never does hit the floor, sorry, if shit never does change, then if a new game or something else comes out that I want to take a break and play, then I have enough wealth stockpiled that I could still log in, do my clicks, and do all that shit without having to worry about falling behind, right? I'll have a big buffer built up. Damn. You gonna stop at 500 before the ball? Just in case they like cut the pitties in half? I think that's a good spot to stop. Blackwing on EU? Ooh, good call out. Chat. If you're an EU player, go get it. Free money. Another mysterious box? We are on fire. Game likes me being back on my Sage today. See what we get from it. Oh wait, we still got a little bit of this buff. We better burn this buff first. All right. The Guardian is very distracting. I miss looking at her. Surely there's a mod out there for BDO that allows you to swap your character's appearances. Let me play a Guardian Sage. Oh, yeah. Boo for fighters, yep. Okay, we got crons. How many we get though? How many we get? We got 400 crons. I'll take it. The Pretender's a good song, yeah. Saw me and turned around. Oh shit, I don't know why you did that. I decided to roll up with the Guardian. I am sloppy as hell on it. I don't know, I just don't really like, it hits so freaking hard, but I don't know if I enjoy its playstyle. Yeah. I mean, there's obviously things I could say about that, but it'll just sound like excuses, so I won't even bother. I actually find that damage goes down dramatically when it's an uncapped. It's quite the opposite. Yeah. Because in uncapped, people run around with 6 DP crystals on, right? Where an uncapped can't do that shit. Skill issue? Easy 1-0. Yeah. Absolutely dominated us. Weak bait, by the way, Trap. Weak bait. I'd be fine with just allowing Shy, Zerkers, and Velks to be able to equip blue. No. They're just fucking dumb things in general. The green Skittles aren't a problem. The green Skittles have a proper counter. It's the DR ones that don't have a proper counter. The only 2 strikers I remember seeing last night was Trep and King James. Oh, maybe there was one more too. But yeah, there definitely wasn't much. It probably does feel that way though, because strikers are always in the fight, right? So every time you're fighting, you're always seeing them because they're just living. So it gives the perception that there's a lot more of them. Because they're just always on your screen, where other classes will dive in and die, or dive in and have to actually run out quickly. Or they rat around the outsides. Why? Because it's 1-0, and now he gets to retire as the champion. The undefeated champion. Awakening DK is absolutely insane, dominating, devastating, obliterating, eviscerating, constipating. Too many frontals to be good is fucking crazy talk. I don't think that means there's a problem with DK. I think that means there's a problem with the other classes that don't have enough frontals. Well, that too. That's also another problem. It's not one or the other. Those things aren't mutually exclusive. There's too many classes out there that are full super armor, and there's too many classes out there that just have free abilities that don't require any effort to punish a forward guard. Both these things can be true at the same time. Me and you kissing each other at the same time. Why you gotta say that? Get out of here. I'd pick you up by the waist and your feet would just be dangling. Yeah, I landed a couple grabs last night where I was like, what the fuck? That fucking landed? What the hell? Can I trade Awakened Sage's grab for Set Guardian's grab? Please and thank you. That'd be sick. Come on, Amazon, ship my shit. Really? Oh, that's interesting. I wonder if you could grab a striker out of the air if you catch them early enough in their leap. Probably can. No idea. Probably just some issue with my modem. It needed to be restarted. So when I restarted the whole system, it was working fine.
Yo, Chad, I've got a bit of a poopy butt from sitting in this chair too long. I tried to hold it in, but some got out, and now it is squashed like a little poop patty.
What is wrong with you? Oh, fucking mud butt. Oh, shit. Oh, goddamn, I feel good.
Some might even say a Krabby Patty. Or like
I wonder if it's just brackets. I wonder if you put anything in brackets if it fucks up like that.
meaning.
Yeah.
Test.
Oh, well, maybe not anything. That's worked fine.
Stinky!
For
Anyway, he's. I'm gonna go like.
I have that shit. Trap. I have that shit at 50% playback speed, I guess.
Bark.
Oh shit.
Bark. Woof.
That shit
Meow.
just started playing at
Hiss.
50%.
Emotional damage. Emotional damage.
Isn't it kind of funny though that if you take anything anybody says and you play it at like 50% speed, it sounds like they're drunk? I think that just shows like when we're drunk, our brain is working at like half speed. Oh shit. Look at that picture, Kyle. God damn. When did I do that? That must have been yesterday. I think I was wearing that shirt yesterday. Not me. I already sound drunk at 100%. Nice. What does 50 sound like then? So I'm not proud of this. Me and my friend figured if both of us were at 50% combined, we're at 100. Simple math. All you got to do is just figure out how to combine each other. Oh shit. Yo, you're right. Or maybe one person steers and one controls the pedals.
Blaga 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 blom 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 beam 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 spiggity boom spiggity boom boom yes 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 yes.
Is it doubling? True. It might be multiplicative. So having two people at 50% multiplied together would be just a combined 25%. I guess it depends. Do they add together or do they multiply together? Why are we dream? Oh shit! I just realized we're still sitting at this scene. Why didn't you guys say something? I'm just sitting here grinding in space.
Me.
I thought you guys were talking about the drunk comments, not the actual audio, the redeems doubling up. That is a good question, though. Why are the redeems doubling up? Is it all redeems or is it just the TTS? It shouldn't be doubling up. I'm not seeing why it would be doubling up. Is it doing that in every scene?
I play this game way too fucking much. Holy shit, I'm a loser.
Does it do it in this scene? Because I don't hear it on my end.
No more doubling. Hey, what about, I'm gonna go back to this scene. Do another redemption. Tell me if it's doing it here.
Emotional damage.
So why?
Why is it doing it in this scene, but not the other scene? Wait, what is this? Oh, that's an old thing. Oh, I found it. Wait, this is just TTS Monster. I have TTS Monster in here twice. The thing is, that's not even... Yo, what's up, Carl? Try it now. I just deleted some sources, but I don't think any of those sources should have contributed to it.
My fucking head hurt when I realized how stupid I was.
Not doubling now. Huh. That is fucking weird. I mean, one of those sources are doing it. It must have been improperly labeled. Can I increase the volume of your AI voice? I can, but I have to, I already have it at max volume. What I have to do is I need to go re-record the training track and then I need to actually, Dragor, if you want to do the same thing that you did with the blue one and find like a good, make like a good collection of audio clips that don't have game sounds in the background and give me like 5 minutes of that shit, we can probably have an even better, more accurate one. Because the thing is like my original one, I read a script that they have you read, right? And I recorded that. But when you're reading, you're not talking with like your same inflections and shit in your voice that, as you would if you're talking normally, because you're having to focus on what you're trying to read, right? So not only do I need to do that, I need to get that audio clip, but then I need to load it in Audacity and up the decibels enough of the whole track, increase the gain of the whole track, and then I will have more flexibility over the volume instead of having to keep it just at 100. Oh yeah, maybe I should change scenes back. Thanks, Jingles, but honestly, that's a variety of things. Biceptimus is, always giving me such tremendous amount of love and rating me. Really, these are his viewers that, I'm getting to hang out with for the day. On top of that, I don't know how much that new system has been rolled out to smaller streams, like streams in the video category. Does it have to be 5 minutes? It doesn't have to be, but the more you have, the better trained it will be, right? 5 is the max, though. I can't use any more. It won't let me upload more than it has to be maximum 5 minutes and maximum 10 megabytes. So you also don't want to compress it too much either, right? You want to kind of have it the highest quality you can have and the highest duration you can have to be the most accurate. But like, you did a really good job with the blue one. The thing is that probably makes it hard is it's probably tough to get 5 minutes of me actually talking without game sounds being in the background. The nice thing is the music isn't included in the background ever, so that's obviously easy to avoid. I could try one. That's shorter, sure. Yeah, and we can do some testing with it. One minute at 1 megabyte. Holy. I'll name this Death Test. Okay. Let me log in. This is actually easier to do right now since I still have one slot available. The voice name will be Zeth Test. Shit. Where is it? There it is. Okay, I will save it. Voice generating. Once it's done generating, I'll refresh the source. Then we'll see how it sounds. Just keep in mind the last couple times when we first added voices, they were really spotty with them working. So this might be the same thing. Unless, but that could have been due to other things going on that day. Okay, it should be active. Zeth Test should be active. Why are queer folks bad at hide and seek? Because we slay too hard to stay hidden. Why do I sound like Hank Hill? What the hell? That sounds nothing like me. The fuck? Okay, that one. Yeah, I'm gonna play the audio clip you sent me. If it's fucking Hank Hill, you're banned. Okay, Bobby. I sell propane and propane accessories. No, it's just, that was actually just the thing I said to you, asking you to do it. Why does it sound like fucking Hank? What the hell? I want to fuck the green M&M. 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 Where's the green M&M? I want to fuck that candy. I'm going to put M&M up my own ass. That sounds a little bit better that time. M&M up my own ass. I love shoving the green M-N-M-U-F my ass. Why did he spell it out? I've been analyzing graphs and streaming longer than you have ever been streaming. You're not better at it than me. You are not better at interpreting data. I graduated from my university with the highest possible fucking honors in finance and statistics and mathematic derivatives. Like, I am a numbers guy, and I'm telling you that I analyze data. I mean, it's okay. I feel like it could be more accurate. I feel like it definitely has the potential to be much better than the one we currently have. But I think it's already, like, pretty damn good. Yo, Chad, I've got a bit of a poopy butt from sitting in this chair too long. Oh! I tried to hold it in, but some got out, and now it is squashed like a little poop patty. What was that? Oh my god, what was that hallucination? What the fuck? Oh. Yo, Chad, I've got a bit of a poopy butt from sitting in this chair too long. Oh! I tried to hold it in, but some got out, and now it is squashed like a little poop patty. Why? Fucking why? I wonder if it's that comma. Or let me try something. What? Chat, why is it so long? That's better. I wonder if it's punctuation that causes the hallucinations with the AITTS. My doctor just told me I was suffering from paranoia. Well, he didn't actually say that, but I could tell it was what the snide bastard was thinking. Man, I feel like if we had 5 minutes, it would be trained so much better and it would be so much more accurate. Yeah. I honestly think that this one might already be better than the other one. It's a better volume too, already. I was just about to say, I think the rings have dried up. I should have fucking said it out loud. Oh, well, there we go. Now the rings are dropping. Oh. Okay, one step away. Red? 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 No. We take yellows. Okay, we got a new one. I'm gonna download it. This one's 3 megs. Okay. I will have to delete that test. Okay, uploading. Okay, and refreshed. Okay, Z-test is active again with the new training. I don't know what else you included in it. Looks like he almost tripled the file size though. I was at my bank today, waiting in a short line. There was just one lady in front of me, an Asian lady who was trying to exchange yen for dollars. It was obvious she was a little irritated. Like I'm being racist? She asked the teller, "Why a change? Yesterday, I get $200 of yen. Today I only get 180. Why a change?" The teller shrugged his shoulders and said, "Fluctuations." The Asian lady says, "Fluke you white people do." No, oh my god. Why the fuck does it sound like I'm trying to do accents? What the hell? I feel like the first redeem is always off. What I think is happening is, even though it says it's done training pretty quickly, I think it's done the basic amount of training and it's still training in the background. So if you redeem really early after it's been added, then yeah, it's still like off. Or maybe every time you use it, it trains again off the same file and it gets a little bit better every time. I'm not sure, but that was crazy.
A man sighting at a bar asked a pretty woman sitting next to him, "Excuse me, but can I smell your pussy? Get away from me, you pervert," she replied. "Oh, I'm sorry," exclaims the man. "It must be your feet."
It's actually getting a lot better. It does kind of sound like a mix of me and Hank Hill, yeah. I wonder, because it's being trained with such a small audio file, I wonder if it tries to fill in the gaps of what it has to reference with something that sounds similar. And it felt like the closest thing to me was Hank Hill. Which I also don't know how I feel about that. Say the line. I feel like I'm missing.
There's a man walking a tightrope 60 feet above ground. There's another man getting a blowjob from a 60-year-old woman. What are they both thinking at the exact same time? Don't look down, don't look down, don't look down, don't look down.
When I talk really loud, I just noticed in that clip, I start to sound more and more muffled. Is that maybe just like, do I have the compression too high? Or too aggressive? Too sensitive? You think this could trick a security voice recognition, like using? Oh yeah, I mean, it is one of those things where, like, I mean, I don't agree with pirate software on a lot of things, but with how easy it is to train AI to sound like you these days, probably isn't a good probably isn't a bad idea to tell your banks to only deal with you in person.
I feel like it'd be so easy to train, especially for like, I mean, obviously for you guys, maybe not as much, but for anybody who's in a public space, there's so much audio out there of us talking to train AI with. And it's getting so much better. Like, think about where it was 5 years ago versus 4 years, 3 years, 2 years, and, you know, today. Like, it's... And where's it going to be in 5 more years from now? You liking the good side of it? Oh yeah, there's definitely some great uses, some fun uses for it. An American couple are driving through Canada and stop to get some gas. The wife tells the husband to ask where they are. While he's paying, he asks the clerk, "By the way, where are we?" The clerk says, "Saskatoon, Saskatchewan." Back at the car, the wife asks him where they are, and he says, "I don't know. He didn't speak English." It's actually pretty fucking good. I think this is good enough to replace the original one. What do you guys think? Do you think this is better than the original? Here, let me run that through the original voice.
An American couple are driving through Canada and stop to get some gas. The wife tells the husband to ask where they are. While he's paying, he asks the clerk, "By the way, where are we?" The clerk says, "Saskatoon, Saskatchewan." Back at the car, the wife asks him where they are, and he says, "I don't know. He didn't speak English."
So what do you guys think? New one's better? I mean, the new one's definitely louder, and obviously being able to hear it is a lot better than not. Do you think the new one's way better too, Orphic? Anybody else care to weigh in? Everybody else feel like the new one is better than the old one? What's the consensus? Okay, we'll do the new one. Deadass chat, I know, right? Wake up. Okay, I just deleted the old one. It's now gone forever. And updating the name to Zethian for the new one. Okay, there we go. Now it's just Zethian for the new one. If you end up wanting to build on that file too, and get it to meet the maximum training size,
Yeah, we could do that. Oh, man.
I sell propane and propane accessories. I got a hand job from a blind woman once. She told me, "This is the biggest dick I've ever come across." I said, "No, you're just pulling my leg." I told my wife she drew her eyebrows too high. She seemed surprised.
That one sounded a bit off.
There once was a man from Nantucket with a dick so long he could suck it, he said with a grin as he wiped off his chin. If my ear were a cunt, I could fuck it.
Holy shit. It leaned in on that. Yeah, I like this one better than the other one. I don't know why you guys gotta keep fucking saying foul shit with it, though. Yeah, that's true. Maybe that's how you get it. I wonder if that's part of the AI, Dragor. I wonder if you quote something, if it tries to take context from within the quote and build an accent or emphasis behind it. Oh, it's not Zepthest anymore, it's just Zethian. We replaced the old one. You also got to do the redeem.
Stroking it. Stroke it.
I think it's done.
Bark.
A blonde, a redhead, and a brunette were all lost in the desert. They found a lamp and rubbed it. A genie popped out and granted them each one wish. Coo. The redhead wished to be back home. Poof! She was back home. The brunette wished to...
I wonder why I got cut off.
Country roads this. Take me home. Me to the plaw. I belong. West Virginia. Mountain Mama. Take me home. Country roads this.
Road this. Almost sound like Gollum.
My precious cess. Holy shit, I like puffed out my chest for that. Ooh, 500 more crons. I ain't seen you since last night's war, right? I guess not. I mean, this is your first time in here today. What's up? Is that a trick question? What are you up to, Beefy? When you got gripped in your ball and slain? I mean, that happened multiple times. Is there one that needs to stand out? What happens if Kinjara has an erection and walks into a wall? He breaks his nose. Crow! They just call him a crow? Well, hey yo, what's up, Alula? Oh, what's this? Let's see, Beefy. Heidel, old dog down. Oh, he must have got the kill on me last night. Let's see. Oh, a little yoink on me. Little slam. Slam, 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 cut. Chop, 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 chop. Good job. Sorry, cowboy. It appears that that moment meant a lot more to you than it did to me. You know what the problem is, Dragor? I just realized is I got that new microphone and shit coming, and I don't know how it's going to change how my voice sounds on stream, but it might end up sounding quite a bit off. So I might have to like change the compression levels and shit, right? Kind of might be a good idea to wait before spending too much time trying to train it. My pronouns are Y-E and paw.
I ended up getting the AT2040. I wanted the SM7DB, but a little too much right now, especially since I need to get a mixer and a line and an arm and all that stuff. So I thought the AT2040 would be a good, like, get me 90% of the way there.
I could get the other stuff for now, and then later on down the road, I could... If for some reason I am unsatisfied with what I have, then I can upgrade to the SM7DB. Yeah. I didn't want to get the Go XLR. Well, for one, the Go LXR is fucking really expensive, but two, it's like discontinued, so you're not going to be getting any more support or anything with it. I don't feel like giving money to a company that's not really supporting their product anymore, right?
I mean, aren't around to support the product anymore? So, and from what I understand too, just having a mixer with the SM7B isn't quite enough clean gain. Apparently you still want a cloud filler. Cloud lifter. You still want either a cloud
lifter or get the SM7DB, which comes with a built-in, basically cloud lifter in it, right? Built-in preamp. So not only do you have the preamp in it, or the cloud lifter, but then also the mixer, so you're not trying to max up the mixer. We went down a whole rabbit hole yesterday. I was picking a bunch of people's brains.
Better than picking their noses? And even worse, picking their asses. Oh no. I know exactly what he's about to do. I'm pretty sure I know exactly what you're gonna try. I'm gonna DM it to you, Orphic. Oh, never mind. That's actually something completely different.
About, bag, tag, bag, about.
It says it the exact same way as me, so. What are you talking about? That's fucking identical. Bag, tag, about. What? That's exactly how I fucking say it. Yes, bag. That's what the fuck it just said. Tag, bag.
I don't have time left. The snake, it got me. Please help. You gotta suck the venom out. He bit me right on the shaft. Please suck the venom out. I said the venom, not my soul. Oh! Oh!
Something wrong with you guys. Tell them, neighbor. They fucking do have issues. Major issues.
I don't have time left. The snake, it got me. Please help. You gotta suck the venom out. It bit me right on the shaft. Please suck the venom out. Because no one took the venom out. Oh my goodness.
I don't have time left. The snake. It got me. Please help. You gotta suck the venom out. It bit me right on the shaft. Please suck the venom out. I said the venom, not my soul. Triplic. Triplic. H. Triplic. H. Triplic. H. Triplic. H. Triplic. H. Drulic. Oh.
I know, right? We're all fucking waiting. The NPC boys? Yeah, maybe we should bring the NPC boys back.
Uwu, uwu, uwu. I like hentai. Uwu, uwu, uwu.
Suspense. It's killing me.
I don't have time left. The snake. It got me. Please help. You gotta suck the venom out. It bit me right on the shaft. Please suck the venom out. I said the venom, not my soul. Triple. Triple. A-A-A-G-G-G-G-H. Triple. A-A-A-U-G-G-G-G-H-H. H. Oh, 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 oh,
My fucking head hurt when I
What
realized
the
how
fuck is
stupid
going
I
on,
was.
chat?
Thank you. I was wondering the same thing. What the fuck is going on, chat? A noob question. Can you rotate fully SA continuously in Awakened stage without running out of stamina? Nope. We only have one super armor in our kit that doesn't consume stamina. And it's on a... I keep wanting to say 8 second, but I think it's actually 10 seconds. Yeah, it's on a 10-second cooldown. That's it. That's our super armor right there.
Chat. I just can't play Guardian anymore after Cowboy demolished me on it. I'm back on the Sage permanently. That's his class. You're just too powerful. Just too powerful. 我上货中国现在我 UAUBIN chilling. Wait, I can speak Chinese? Another mysterious box! How many crowns we get? How many crowns we get? Any EU frogs want to boost my ninja? Applaw. Watch how you're using the TTS, or you're gonna get your rights revoked. Huh? He can't. He actually can't help himself. Yeah. His chatters? I have never once heard it used that way. This must be new Twitch lingo, because I have not heard it used that way. Well, apparently I've been living under a rock. That's alright. Now you know, Dragor. Now you know. Sorry. That doesn't supersede Dragor. It's a no bueno. That does not supersede the original usage. Mythical sensor without crafting? I think the only other way is to wait for like events and stuff like that.
People are always ego checking my ninja. Don't they know I'm rank 1? Why don't people respect me like I deserve? I even have the belt.
Yeah, I mean, if you didn't know, I mean, good on you. I find that hard to believe, though. I mean, that's the case with a lot of things, right, Darkness? A lot of things. It's other people being offended for other people. But I still don't think that we should toy around with it, especially on my channel, right? If you guys want to toy with it on your own channel, that's fine. It's not a line I want to play with. But you are right. Most of the time, people are offended for other people, they're not the ones that are actually offended. Well, it's Twitch's rules, right? Twitch is the one that bans my channel if they don't like how you guys are acting. So. Otherwise, I wouldn't care. Oh, no. You can ask for a boost all you want. Is there anybody on EU that is grinding that doesn't mind boosts in Dragor? I don't know what level he is. He might affect your drops. 55? Oh, that's not so bad then. As long as you're not 65 or higher. And even if you are, it'll be short. Oh, shoot. Oh. Yeah, I'm a huge proponent of just letting people yap. Because I think context is important, right? And you could have something said multiple ways within different context, said by different people, that have a very different meaning, right? And unfortunately, it doesn't matter what the context is. It doesn't matter what I feel the context is. Doesn't matter what the viewer feels the context is. Unfortunately, it's up to Twitch to decide what they feel the context was. And it's up to their interpretation. So anything where I feel like they could potentially interpret it poorly, I'd rather just steer away from it.
After my last doctor visit, I started doing Kegel so I can break his fingers if he tries to put them in there again. What class is best in all forms of PvP that isn't a victim POV? I don't know. If you ask any class, they'll tell you they're a victim. What a specific question. It's somebody who has a history of being the victim and refuses to be the victim this time, so he wants something to carry him. That's the origin of that question. Check your alarms, people. Etsu, I unbutton my shirt to show you what the peak athletic male form looks like. Are you impressed?
Suck Drak. Suck Drak is a pretty cool class. If you like Suck Drak, you'll probably like Awakened Guardian. What are the chances of us getting another new zone or the other half of Adania? I'd say
Damn it, Bobby.
near,
Why aren't you using high quality Strickland propane?
damn near 100%. I mean, if you just take a look at all the events that are happening right now, they're leading up to, they're very, you know, they're leading up to something, and they're all Adania themed. Not to mention the, and I don't expect you to have read this, but
Etsu, come over here and bend over. I've got the belt.
if you take a look at the quarterly earnings report, they announced that they're going to be releasing really big content this year. Would it make sense for them to skip over Adania Part 2 and release something
Etsu,
else?
why haven't you responded to my DMs? I sent you pictures of my Checkmate cosplay for the ball. Do you like it?
That too, yeah. I literally saying Adania Part 2. I don't know if that's evidence enough. Can we get a bicep voice? Maybe. I only have one slot left. I gotta decide. We could do like Norelio, we could do Neptunes, we could do Enlave, we could do Biceptimus. I only have one slot left though. It's my voice. It's time. I mean, you are a DK though, and DKs say racist stuff all the time, so I don't know if I can have your voice on here. You know what we need? We need the queen of BDO to come back. Ari Love. That's what we need. The original queen of BDO. What do you mean, no? By the way, I'm gonna have to AFK here shortly. Another little break. You're obsessed with that woman? Oh, I'm sorry. I mentioned her twice this week. Was it yesterday? Maybe it was. I'll be here when you bring her up tomorrow. Shut up. I bet you will, you little freak. Just fucking sitting there, cock in hand. You're the one making it creepy. Implying you're gonna be here all day tomorrow, just waiting for it. Your bum ass job. Ooh, you got me there.
Okay, question. For the fellas, when your peanuts is getting jorked by the ball, do you moan? Just let me know, okay? I'm out of the loop, only that I've been out of the game for a while, for a hot second. Are you moaning and whimpering in a way?
Oh, too long. You gotta add a second prompt in there, the second Zephian with the colon. Hey, I think musicians are going to get replaced by AI faster than streamers will. This isn't an AI stream. No, I'm not artificially intelligent. I am extremely intelligent. EI. These days you have more and more and more people making AI music. And I think it's going to get to a point where people are so exhausted about complaining about AI that they're just going to say fuck it and just listen to whatever they enjoy listening to. And the real artists are going to just get overwhelmed and just be living in a sea of AI songs that are being pumped out way faster than they can pump out real music. Yeah, I mean, Dukes is French, right? Did you find the word frog offensive, Dukes? Your friends use it all the time. You don't mind it though? I do genuinely feel it is one of those things that other people find offensive for other people, where the actual people being referenced don't actually care. I remember not too long ago. How long was the mapping situation with Barcode and Black Rose? Anybody remember what year that was? Well, it was that same year, almost the exact same situation, time as that situation. But Vert said something on stream that he didn't even know was a slur. And he ended up getting a 7-day suspension for it. Or I don't know if it was actually 7 days, but he did get suspended for it. Who, me? Huh. Quitting BDO? Holy shit. Yeah. That's because large scale was just taking a downward spiral and the wound was still fresh at that point in 2018. But I think that wound is like scarred over now, that I just know that large scale is just always going to be shit. Now I just, you know, it's part of the game. Oh, Etsu, we put together a little note today, if you want to take a screenshot, of what we think would be home runs at the Heidel Ball. All of these changes. What's in green is the main change. What isn't in green is like part of what's above it. Yeah, we just made this today. So this is a collection of things that I feel like wouldn't be controversial, right? It isn't something that some people would like and some people wouldn't like. It's something that I think everybody would either like or maybe they wouldn't care about it. So yeah, we compiled this list: family weapons, family fitness stats, family life skill accessories, family life skill tools, the rest of the tools that are missing. Family life skill clothes, a treasure fishing rod, treasure fishing lure, having party spots scale with the size of the party, collectible treasure pet skins. So when you're grinding at a spot, like here at Underwater, for example, there's a really low chance, but like a skin for my pet that's a Karuba, I could get that as a drop and apply it to one of my pets. So if you were like a big fan of a specific grind spot, you could effectively collect all the skins and have a whole set of pets for that grind spot. New mount skins, so different types of pets like wolves, bears, ferricas, guardians. I think every region should come with a new grindable outfit like La Orzeca. I think something like that is really cool. Each outfit should come with that. The Marnie loot tracker should be available everywhere. The Fallen God pities should be cut in half. Also give away a Tet Fallen God. And Fallen God armors need to have the DR evasions combined. Because right now there's just the right choice and the wrong choice. If you're gear is so low that you're still using Fallen God armors. If you pick evasion, not only are you making yourself weaker in PvE, but that evasion, you just don't have enough to deal with how much accuracy has in PvP, and you just get absolutely turbo fucked. So they do need to just combine those armors like they did with the like they did with the Adan armors into one. RBF consumables should be for 1 silver on the vendor. We should be able to have 2 active presets at once, one for PvE, one for PvP. The guild tag system that you guys talked about should get applied to the game. So the guilds can pick whether they want to be eligible for one-sided decks or not by choosing the tags. AOS should be on a regular schedule. None of this bullshit where AOS disappears for months at a time. And then a little treat in here. There should be an item that goes in your guild manor that everybody in the guild can use for guild buffs, and you can recharge it with extra paint. So, and then of course buff sage at the bottom there. But look, like paint like this, right? I have no use for it because I already have the treasure items. So it'd be cool to add that. I gotta go AFK though, you guys. I'll be right back. Oh my god, I'm sitting here chugging my consumables. I thought I swapped characters. What's up, chat? Do my farms real quick. It's okay, you're rich? No. Not rich enough. Gotta hit my goal. I had to make up for the lack of silver I made yesterday, as well as the silver I spent yesterday. I spent 30 bill on wild millennial ginseng. I keep trying to use my fertilizer. Oh. So what are you guys doing? I really should, when I gotta go AFK like that briefly, I really should just swap to my horse trainer and try to finish leveling up those horses. Huh? What are you talking about? Oh, shut up, Drager. Um, hey, don't make me contact the union. I'm entitled to take my breaks. When I'm streaming for 10 fucking hours, I think 2 little breaks isn't a big deal. Okay? Okay? What do you think this is? Interesting. I made some hamburger helper, but I put some broccoli in it, some Worcestershire sauce, and I put some gochujang in it. And I don't know what it is, but I barely taste the gochujang. It's actually so subtle. But I'll put like that same amount of gochujang in like spaghetti, and it fucking jumps at you. I'm guessing it's a level of acid in it, where spaghetti tends to be more acidic, where this is kind of more basic. Yeah. This is breakfast number 6. Oops. Hmm. I'll take a peek, actually. Shit. Where's my wagon at? Oh no. The Manos riding crop. That's fucking right. I tagged that shit. I only have 2,700 training, chat. Oh my goodness. What am I going to do? What the fuck are those sus scrolls? Must have them in my family inventory. Oh yeah, there they are. What level are these horses at? Level 8. So they're like not even halfway there right now. Is there a forest path outfit? Or to use any of the wagon sets? There's probably, you probably got to use the forest path, right? Oh no, I guess you use any of them. So what does this even do? Item destruction chance and movement speed. And wait. I think I like the Trina Knight one the best. Yeah. Either that one or... No, the other ones are all shit. What is this? Oh. Now I need to dye it.
The hell's going on with my wagon right now? Because if I'm not mistaken, don't these Imperial for like $1.50? You guys remember these? Like, I've had these for so long and I just have been meaning to do this, but I keep fucking forgetting. I need to just let this shit rip overnight. That's like 15 seconds per every 0.8%. So it's like 1500 seconds or like almost 30 minutes for a level. It's just going to get slower, right? Weird. Oh my god. Everything I type out of Discord, I'm gonna have to like mute this channel. I'm gonna mute it for an hour. Wait, why do I have minus 14? Oh, that's right. From the Gathering arc. Get that XP back in there. Yeah, I think I just gotta let this rip overnight. Does nobody remember? Hello, chat. Hello, anybody there? What the hell? I guess this is what I get for going AFK. I go AFK and the only thing that's left here is the other AFKers. Trying to remember how much these horses imperialed for.
Etsu, I'd like to report this guy for FK drop streaming. And look, his boyfriend is complicit in it. He's right there pulling the cart.
Like a way, like an eagle. Your boyfriend is the horse. You're just jealous because I got 4 boyfriends, fucking loser. And look at you, 0 boyfriends. Bet your face is just as red as these horses are. Hey, what's up, Orca? Okay, let's see. What were these things called? Red horses, black desert. The red hair is a specialty horse in Black Desert introduced in the year. Kick towards fears, terrorists can learn other skills. Imperial. Red hairs are exclusively for Imperial delivery, where they yield greater silver than standard horses. Community data suggests selling the red hairs at level 15 and 17 is often the most time-efficient profit strategy, yielding approximately 900 million silver, whereas leveling to 30 yields diminishing returns relative to the time investment. Gotcha. So basically dump them at level 30 or at 15. So you know what I might do is I might let them rip overnight, just let them run overnight, and then whatever level they're at in the morning, just you leveled them to 30 for 900? Are you sure? Because this is suggesting at level 15 they're 900. What Flax said there too was 800 mil at 15. Oh, here we go. I just leveled mine to 30, so you don't have to. It was just under 900 mil for level 18, 1.1 bill for level 21 to 27, and 1.2 bill for level 30. So yeah, I think I'll just let these go overnight. And yeah, whatever they get above 15, then that's just a little bit of extra money. Whoa, whoa, whoa. BRB chat. I'm gonna bring my plate upstairs.
There we go. I had my 4th dinner. Yeah, this is definitely something I'm going to do another time. It's going to take forever to get those last 7 levels. I almost feel like I need to wait for like a horse training event or something. My microphone isn't shipped yet, god damn it. Okay, let's make some cheddar. Because it makes life better. Oh. You know what the nice thing is about being back on my Sage? Working again on those fitness stats. How much do I make per hour? Oh, I'm not quite sure. Probably about 4 or 5 bill. Obviously, depending on luck. Oh yeah, you make so much money an hour now. Fitness meme? Yeah. Fitness? What do you mean fitness? Fitness what? Whole turkey? This is the worst time of the year. Because between Easter and Thanksgiving, there's just this giant gap. Why is it that Thanksgiving, Christmas, and Easter are like the first 6 months of the year, and then there's 6 months where there's nothing? We hate what? Huh? Stargazer? Hello? Speak for yourself. I certainly don't.
What? I don't even know what that means. Panzer 6 Tiger, is that like some type of tank? What day's the ball? July 25th, so approximately 7 weeks away. So still lots of time, lots and lots of time for me to hit my goal. Look at that person. Running through the rotation, but making sure they go the path that I've already cleared. I need more people like that, willing to put in that little bit of effort, you know? After playing Crimson, how good is this? Looks very lightning and rapid zipping around. It's I mean, this is Pearl Abyss's original engine they made, and it's over a decade old, so obviously it's not going to look as fantastic or whatever as Crimson. But if you like MMOs and you like action combat games, this is like a really nice hybrid between the two. Now, in terms of actual like story and stuff, there isn't really much. Pearl Abyss isn't really known for their story, not necessarily because they're bad at writing a story, but because they're bad at telling a story. But yeah, I mean, if you like lots of progression, there's certainly lots of things to do and ways to progress yourself. I think you'll find a lot of fun with Black Desert. The reason why it's a lot of lightning is because I'm playing Awakening Sage. Unlike Crimson Desert, there is a enormous amount of class options, and over half the classes have 2 different specializations. So you get to there's almost certainly something for everybody. You were playing Throne and Liberty, then Crimson, now you're watching me. Yeah, I think if you like Throne and Liberty, I think you like this game. Nice thing is I think it's only like $5 for an account or something, right? They got a small paywall. I think they do that to deal with like cheaters. Usually if you put a tiny little paywall, it stops people from, you know, having a ton of throwaway accounts, right? So, the one advice I'll give you if you do dive into the game is it can feel very overwhelming at first. Make sure you start a seasonal character. That'll give you enhanced progression. And the game does a pretty good job at holding your hand, but it obviously could do better. It'll feel like there's a lot to learn. A lot to learn, right? But ultimately, everything is pretty simple and there's no obligation. Like, don't feel obligated to try to learn everything right away.
Thank you, Brotato. You are a distinguished gentleman and a scholar, unlike this fat chud streamer.
Streamer. Even put a little sass on the streamer part. What happened with Brotato, though? What are you guys doing? You guys making out? Oh, this, yeah, the game is perfectly fine to play on controller now. There was a lot of things like click to move and stuff that were important for some classes, but they removed it. You know, you are perfectly capable as a controller player. And there's a lot of, There once was a time where console was really far behind in terms of content, but they've mostly caught it up, so... I mean, I think you would still be better served starting on PC if you had a choice, but I think it's perfectly fine playing on console now these days. Otherwise, I think console's just gonna have a smaller community. Although I guess I don't really have any numbers to back that up. Any console players in chat? How many channels do you guys have? Because I think they usually scale the amount of channels with how big the community is. To the hills, run for your life. For financial freedom, well, this game, you do not, it has a really bad reputation of being pay to win, but most people who play this for a long time will tell you it's more pay to lose. That, yeah, you can pay to progress, but in almost all the meaningful content in this game, you don't need gear in the meaningful PvP content, right? So, all people typically do is to swipe to skip grinding, and the only thing you really need gear for is to grind higher spots. So it's almost like you end up paying money to not play. And the irony of that is if you don't want to play, you then just don't play and then you don't have to pay, right? But I have yet to ever see somebody who has paid ever win anything. This is a game where, yeah, gear can definitely get you a... Excuse me. Gear can get you a solid baseline in terms of strength, but you're still going to get your ass kicked by good players that have reasonable gear. Was Guardian slower than my Sage? No, Guardian was faster. I was very frequently overclearing on my Guardian. I basically need like a multi-stage orb and some towers to overclear with my Sage. Guardian is by far a better grinder. Which makes me hopeful. Maybe they'll buff Sage's grinding. You won? Would you win, Ganjara? I ain't seen you become the Adana. I ain't seen you top fragging a siege. I ain't seen you win Solaire. Would you win? Lightning Prison plus 10% PvE damage plus 200 stam. Yeah, right. Could you imagine? Or they'll do the classic with Lightning Prison and knock a couple seconds off of it more. You know what I was thinking, Divios? Something that might be reasonable to help Sage both PvE and PvP. Up the damage on Lightning Prison a little bit. Change Interrogate to its own ability. Up the damage on Interrogate. Change Interrogate to a super armor. And up the damage on Rift Storm. I think having Interrogate its own ability with a super armor would be a nice little nudge in the stamina department. At least give us a little bit of neutral, right? Because only having Rift Storm on a 10-second cooldown is fucking tragic. And the nice thing is, if Interrogate was a super armor, you could fight around it, right? Because you're locked in the animation, so you can grab it. It's super armor where he's standing still, so you can trade it, right? So there's risk and reward for it, right? When trying to get stamina back. But Rift Storm, man, it still breaks my heart that once upon a time Rift Storm was our main chunking ability, and we used to laugh at Upsurge, and now it's the other way around. And the crazy thing is, like, Rift Storm has like triple the animation time, where Upsurge is so fucking fast. An ability that takes 3 times the time to cast does 1/3 the damage. Yeah. Oh, so fast, right? I was trying to explain this to people. It's about your deficit in your rotation, right? Where if you have a 100 stamina deficit while you're doing your rotation, and you have 3,000 stamina, right? And your rotation takes 5 seconds, then every 5 seconds you're going to lose 100 stamina, right? So you take 3,000. Well, I was going to do divide third. Yeah. So if between your stamina spenders and your neutral, you have a stamina deficit of, let me just pull it up on stream. It'll be a little bit better to show this, right? Because it's all about that deficit. People look at the individual numbers and they're like, oh, an extra 100 stam here. That's not that big of a deal. Or 100 stamina less. I don't understand, right? But, right? If, like, let's say your whole rotation of abilities, let's go with 10 seconds, because 10 seconds is probably more reasonable, right? And across that whole rotation, you know, between your spending stamina, you're getting stamina back while you're sitting in lingers. Let's say there's a 200 stamina deficit. So you're getting charged 200 stamina, right? Between the things, you end up with 200 stamina less every 10 seconds. And you have a 25, how much stamina do I have? Let's see. Probably less than Solaire. We'll go with 3,000. I think it's probably about 3,000 stamina, right? So that would mean if you're losing 200 every 10 seconds, that means it takes you 150 seconds to run out of stamina, right? 2,400 allegedly. We'll just go with 3,000 for the sake, right? Let's nice round number. 300 stam. That means it'll take you 150 seconds or 2.5 minutes, right? That's a long time to run somebody out of stamina. That's practically the whole round. That basically means you have unlimited stamina for an AOS game. Because all you need is like an extra little 30 seconds to breathe here and there. Because people aren't going to pressure you nonstop the whole time, right? So
That's basically the whole game. That's going to feel, if you're fighting somebody who's only draining 200 stamina every 10 seconds, it's going to feel like they have unlimited stamina. Now, the same 3000 stam. If all of a sudden you add plus 100 stamina to 3 abilities in the kit, so now they do the same rotation every 10 seconds, right? But they go from a 200 stamina deficit to a 500 because you added 100 stamina. All of a sudden, right? All of a sudden, it takes you 6 cycles of 10 seconds or 1 minute to run out of stamina by just adding 100 stamina to 3 abilities in the rotation. All of a sudden, if you add 200 more, now it's 40 seconds, right? And it scales down so fast, and it can scale up so fast. Stamina changes are so volatile when it comes to affecting a class's movement, because if you're in the position where you're not losing any stamina, one second. If you're in the position where you're not losing, if you're in the position, this is like the original Awakening Sage changes, right? When they originally made Awakened Sage Busted, it quite literally had unlimited stamina. It probably had like a negative, it probably had a 0 stamina, right? We'll kind of go back to what I said. You basically, throughout your whole cycle, you used like 0 stamina when they made it overpowered. Because between the time with Lightning Prison, when you could get stamina back, you would have a couple spenders that were cheap. You had some things that locked stamina but didn't really drain stamina. They consumed a little bit, but you ended up being net neutral. That meant you basically had unlimited stamina, right? Because you would never run out. The cycle was infinite. And then when they first nerfed it, sure, they added a forward guard to Lightning Prison, but you can still use that to get stamina back with proper positioning. They added like an extra, negative, I think in total 100 stamina across abilities. But then it went to that environment where, yeah, if you had 3000 stamina and it took 10 seconds to run the Sage out of every 100 stamina, right? That was effectively still 300 seconds or 5 minutes. It would take you 5 minutes of non-stop pressuring an Awakening Sage to run it out of stamina. And guess what? Taking 5 minutes to run a class out of stamina might as well be this. It might as well be that if it takes 5 minutes. Because the reality is, sure, that Sage might have a finite amount of stamina at 5 minutes, but you don't. And every time you have to take a brace chasing him, he's getting that stamina back, and this is resetting back to 5 minutes, right? So, like, stamina changes can be so volatile in either direction. And yeah, they ended up nerfing a whole bunch of neutral that Awakened Sage had, thinking that would solve it, and gave it a little slap on the wrist stamina-wise. When, I mean, I honestly would have preferred them to do the latter. I would have preferred them to give us more neutral and then take the stam away. They did it so right with Ninja and so wrong. Yeah, because Ninja still seems decent. The thing about Ninja, though, is they hit it hard, but it wasn't in a... it was in like a really powerful spot stam-wise, right?
So Helen Keller walks into a bar. Then a table. Then a chair.
Kuno looks like they did it right too, yeah. Well, I think the thing about those classes in Sage is those classes still have neutral, where Sage doesn't, right? They just stealth if they run out of stam. That too, right? That certainly helps. Because if you go stealth and they don't find you immediately with an ability, they're going to give up, and now you get to just kind of chill. Nah, you can't be full aggro on Ninja. That's bullshit. Oh, wait. I guess I better change his back. You guys are just watching me sitting in space. Ninja doesn't even need stealth? Oh, shit. Here we go. Dukes, I'm just going to say, if you keep picking at that scab, it's never going to heal. You know what they need to do? They need to make Riftstorm a multi-tick CC, like the description describes. Bound on hits, plural, hits, when it's still actually just the last hit. Or the first hit. It's the first hit, not the last hit. Yeah, no, I was just teasing you, Dukes. It was an easy opportunity. Oh yeah, I was reading, Wukong rotation loses about 900 stamina every 10 seconds without using the big stam spender's fighter escape. But anytime he can start a chain to chase people, he recovers it all. That's because you're effectively just using abilities that are damage abilities, but because of the way they chain together, they teleport you, right? So they're not really like kind of classified as movement. They should do that with Spearbolt. With 30% damage loss, honestly, it needs more than that. It should go back to its original damage. They buffed it by 82%, so what would that mean? They have to nerf it by like 40%? Spearbolt and Aftershock absolutely needs its damage nerfed. Fully protected movement abilities should not be doing damage like that. I said it when the patch first hit global, and I've been saying it ever since. Buffing an ability's damage by 82% in PvP is absolutely absurd. Judgment needs to be nerfed too, because the numbers on Judgment don't actually look that crazy. But when you, in practice, once you see how it works, it always puts you up and behind the target. And that's the same thing with Aftershock and Spearbolt too, right? Like, and I think this is why this is like another like form of evidence showing that they don't play their classes. Because if you look at the numbers on Spearbolt, you look at the numbers on Aftershock, you look at the numbers on Divine Execution, or you take a look at the numbers on Judgment, they don't look that crazy once you understand how they work. But once you actually see them on the battlefield, you realize that these abilities are getting tons of fucking back attacks. It's not an ability like Lightning Prison where you're rarely hitting people in the back unless they're just not paying attention to you, right? Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy when they, like, I don't know. They should have a rule in the office. If they ever buff or nerf an ability by, like, over, what? 33% should be the threshold. If it's ever being nerfed by or buffed by over 33%, they need to have somebody else come and check and do quality control.
to make sure that that is an appropriate number. And that's not saying some abilities don't need 100%. I just want like some checks and balances, right? For them to be like, okay, we need to make sure that this number is okay. I think that's Wukong's strength too, because like it's easy to say, oh, I mean, just don't run away from a Wukong. You're playing into his wheelhouse if you run away from him. But it's like, what do you do? Just stand there and die? Sometimes you have no choice, right? You either run and worry about the Wukong on your ass the whole time, or you stay and have all 3 people on your ass and definitely die. I mean, in a 1v1, sure, Dukes, but this AOS isn't a 1v1 game. You got to deal with other people on your ass, too, and you're trying to keep distance on them. I think that's a pretty strong strength where you create an environment where non-iframe classes can't run. If they run, they die, and if they stay in, they die. It creates a shitty situation for them. Fuck was I gonna do? I was just gonna do something, but I don't know what. Well, maybe I don't fucking know. How many armor stones do I have saved up? What do you mean armor stones? Are you talking the Adana stones? Yeah, Adana stone saved up. Oh, good one. I wish. Then what's the 10 trillion for? Even if I did have stones saved up, what would make you think it would be for Adana stones? That shit's time gated. I'd probably have to save up every single Adana stone that they've ever get. No, actually, even then, you'd have to have enough Adana stones to fully pity all your armors to probably need 10 trillion. I know, right? That's what I was just thinking, Divios. And there hasn't been enough time to get enough stones for even like half that shit. Yeah, we're in a really weird situation. I think everybody expects Divios to perform on basically anything he pops on. But the fact that, and no shade at you, Dukes, I'm sure you've gotten a lot better. But the fact that you are incarnate, nearly incarnate, shows that there's something about this class that is not okay, that most people have not figured out. There's something about it
that you two are doing that others aren't doing. It's about your track record, Dukes. It's not like if any other class has two that does well. You have notoriously struggled. Even when Awakened Sage was at its most busted, you couldn't even, and that's the weird thing, you couldn't even pull it off with Awakening Sage when it was the most busted. So it's like, what is going on with that class that's catering to you so well? I'm sorry, like, if you take a look at all the top people across all the top classes, not into games, but that's the thing, right? Sure, Warrior, you were perma victim. Almost anybody who played again, and once again, I'm not trying to shit on you, but this is just the reality we live in. There have been so many games where I placed against you, and people would be like, run down the Warrior, he's a victim. People don't feel that way about Bobo. People don't feel that way about Goldstein. They know Warrior in general is a victim, but they know that those players are good and they're hard to victimize. You were never one of those players. Ever, ever, ever. People knew that you were going to end up slipping on a banana peel a lot. So you were very often the target. You aren't as good as those guys, right? And the fact that you're rated up there with like practically the top of every single class, names that we know that are exceptionally good players, but you're up there with them despite many, many seasons of this track history, maybe you've just had an epiphany and you found out what your weakness was and you are fantastic now, and that is certainly an option. I am not going to deprive you of that being an option. But the fact that that happened in one season by just is wondering, right? It's like, this doesn't make sense. There's probably something else here. Maybe not. Maybe, yeah, maybe you've been putting in the work, right? Maybe you've always had the class knowledge, but because you're not playing a class now that's easy to victimize, because Wukong is a class that's hard to victimize. It is very hard to it's like trying to fucking victimize a Sork. It's hard to victimize that class. So maybe now that you're not being victimized and now people aren't focusing you, maybe this is giving you the opportunity to show your class knowledge that you've always had but have been unable to take advantage of, right? That's certainly an option. Well, that might have something to do with, once again, a lot of other Wukongs not knowing what that special ingredient is. But it's weird because, once again, right, I'm at odds here. There's an internal dilemma going on in terms of rationalizing what's going on here. Because it's easy to say, well, he never performed on this class, not even close, right? He was nowhere near those Bobos and stuff. So why would he all of a sudden be performing on Wukong? That must mean Wukong is super easy, right? Or super strong. But if that's the case, then why is there no other Wukongs? I mean, these guys are getting better, right? They're certainly climbing up. I feel like a lot of them are starting to learn it, but they're still not quite there yet. And if it was just a strength difference, right? Like if it was just the class, then why didn't you climb on Awakening Sage when it was its most busted, right? If it was just a class thing, like you playing a weak class, then you think you would have had equal success on Awakening Sage. There's a whole bunch of conflicting arguments you can make back and forth. I think Dukes is talking to Dragor right now, not me. I think his comments are to Dragor. Like I said, I'm not trying to say that Dukes is shit. He's been putting in a lot of practice between the tournament that came up. He's been playing Wukong like a fiend. He has been doing Solaire for a long time. Warrior has been notoriously a pretty bad class in AOS, where only like Bobo and Goldstein a bit, and like some odd warriors would do all right, like Liger too, right? So like there's a whole variety of factors. But maybe he just had his glow up. Maybe he just had his glow up, right? I want it to be a skill thing. I want it to be a skill thing, so like it's hard, right? It's almost like you need to make like a sheet, and you need to assign points to each one of these things that work for him or against him. Wukong is like old shy. He's awful at getting out of mid-elo. And that's kind of what I was saying earlier too, Divios, is it feels like it's a class that's hard to victimize, but it's also a class that's hard to victimize other people. So you're very reliant, like you can get catches, but you're reliant on your teammates listening and collapsing and keeping themselves alive. And when you are that reliant on your teammates for both damage and for keeping themselves alive, then Elo hell is going to feel like hell. Like it's gonna feel like actual hell. But because Wukong is so good at surviving, that once you get out of it and you are playing with competent people who can keep themselves alive, that will collapse on a catch, that will know when like somebody is CC capped and not overcommit, all these things, right? That all of a sudden, you know, Wukong seems like it fits quite a bit better into those matches. Wait, wasn't last season the low MMR season? Okay. A lot of its pressure is attrition. Oh, 100%. Like, it is a class that if you know a class has stamina problems, if you have a Wukong constantly trying to pressure you, it feels fucking miserable. Yeah. Yeah, in Awakened Stage, it's not necessarily HP pressure, it's more stam pressure, which then becomes HP pressure. Because once all of a sudden you're stammed out, you can no longer avoid the incoming attacks. And once you can no longer iframe the incoming attacks, that's when the Sage really gets to victimize you, right? That's when it really starts to take advantage of its, you know, the fact that it's moving around and hitting you. Because now you're not iframing it. So I imagine if you do that movement in the iframes, does it fuck it up? That kind of points to his strength then, though, right? If you always feel like the issue is never on your end, it's always like, who is the bigger victim on your team and how good can they keep themselves alive? I mean, that's a pretty good position to be in. Hell just popped up at the bottom of my screen and instantly disappeared. Yeah. Yeah. You're getting catches, but everyone else is getting the kills, and, you know. Fights feel funner when you see that bing, 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 bing popping up on your screen. Doesn't do anything for you if other people are getting the kills. That was the same thing about Awakening Sage back in the day, back when people still ran the Lightning Prison Stun. Is I would dive into a backline and throw that into a bunch of people's backs, and I would very rarely have any abilities left to actually like try to get any kills. But stunning that many people, almost guaranteed every person got stunned had to be or died by someone else. I think it would be really cool if they had an assists stat, where if you get the first catch and then somebody dies, you get an assist point. Well, last season was really cooked in terms of elo, and it was a shorter season, so... And I think something that's also important is the way they made elo gain and loss scale as you get higher and higher rated. It made it easier to climb, but I think it made it significantly harder to get like head and shoulders above everyone else. So you're not going to have like some people with like a fucking 1,000-point spread over like over like some of the other incarnates. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, Awakening Sage, I think, is still an okay class. Like, I think, like, if you take a look at where Sage is rated relative to everyone else, right? I think if you took the median, right? Although I guess it's kind of hard because we have 20 here, but, like, if we take a look at slot number 10, right? There's obviously outliers at the top, there's outliers at the bottom, but if you just take like slot number 10 is like your average, 18, 17, 19, 29, 18, 76, 16, 14, 16, 14, 16, 87, 16, 36, 18, 23. Like, this is a pretty tight spread. It makes the game look like reasonably balanced, right? Until you get to Shy, really. But I think most of them are just within like a little bit of a spread. Now, obviously, you do have exceptional players who are going to take individual classes and push them kind of high. But yeah, if you go based off of that, like classes like this, they seem like they're in a decent spot, right? But being strong or being weak sometimes isn't what matters. Is it fun, right? Now, if you're the type of person, for some people, being strong is fun, but some people it isn't.
Like, I hated what they did to Awakening Sage when they made it busted. In fact, I would rather Awakening Sage be at the state it is right now than be in the state of when it was overpowered. But what I'd prefer even more than both of those is to go back to before the patch they made it overpowered. Because then it was fun. It felt satisfying to play. It felt like you earned your kills. Oh, I asked you the other day, but you ended up dipping before you heard me. What are you planning on playing? Are you planning on just doing Striker Sage again, or you thinking of the new class? I'm interested in the new class. I hope it's cool. Whatever the new class is. So you're already hard committed to the new class before knowing anything about it? Damn. I'm gonna, like I do with every new class, I'm gonna give it that first week and mess around with it because I feel like it's a really good learning opportunity. And then during that week, I get to decide how much do I really like it. No more male classes. Oh my god, we have enough female classes, San. You will have the Wukong statue. Get him, Autumn Leaf. Going with the... I hope it's more deep than Seraph. Yeah. Yo. Seraph was just like a shallow warrior. Oh, I prefer Awakenings. And I don't mind Ascensions because I feel like Ascensions are basically, like, for the most part, they're just Awakenings. Awakening classes that they've decided they don't want to do Succession for. That's how an Ascension class feels to me. The thing is, Dragor, is I've taken a look at the Wukongs too, and I'm like, who are these guys, right? He used to play Tamer. I don't think that's actual Pig, right? Isn't that somebody else? I heard him in comms in one game. It didn't sound like Pig. But like Dracul, I mean, he's never got top 100 because I don't think he played AOS when it came out, and he quit the game for a while. Like, he's a really good player, and like, he's not doing so hot with it, so like, there's a lot of conflicting shit. Like, if Wukong was so easy and so strong, I think we all know what that usually means, is people start flocking to the class, and we start seeing it everywhere, and we still don't. It's just right now we have this outlier where we have a class that everybody in general feels is pretty weak, whether they play it or not. Everybody pretty much agrees that there's something weak about it. People expect Divios to always do well, no matter what he's playing. But then you have this outlier of Dukes. It's like, okay, somebody who's notoriously been very average is all of a sudden up there competing with, you know, the top 20 players in the game. Like, I think he is actually top 20, and that's like, that makes people scratch their heads. What happened? Did he put in that much practice? I mean, and more people are inclined to believe, no, it's not practice. And you can blame the environment for that, right? Or 25. You can blame the environment for that, right? The environment that PA makes or creates every time they make a class too strong. So maybe you made him insane? Yeah. I mean, he was fighting you a lot. I'm sure he was fighting other people a lot. I know he was doing lots of practice with Liger. Or no, maybe that was you practicing with Liger. I don't remember. It was one of you two. But, I mean, you guys were certainly practicing a lot, especially for the 3v3 tournament. So, I mean, the funny thing about that, Dragor, is you're not exactly playing a weak class either. Ninja's pretty good. And if you and Dukes were doing a fuckload of practice against each other, and you and Dukes did a lot of 3v3 practice for the tournament, then why didn't you also increase the same amount? How come Dukes went from here to here and you went from here to here? How did that work out? When you both were practicing with each other, either like against each other or with each other the whole time? I just pissed Dragor off. Or either that or he didn't see my hands. You swap classes again? Yeah, maybe. Maybe that little Dosa arc fucked you up. Hey, he tries to rage bait me all fucking day, every day, okay? I get to give a little bit back once in a while. He's creating content. I guess that's something we both have in common. Shouldn't it be me making the content for my own stream? I don't think Dosa is super strong. I think Suck Dosa has its strengths and its weaknesses. It's definitely another one of those classes where most people who hop on it feel very mediocre at best. Awakening Lawn? Yeah, Awakening Lawn's crazy right now. I'm assuming you're about to say Awakening Lawn. That class is a demon. Awakening Sage? Shut up. No shot. Oh my god. Okay, that's bullshit. He's cheating, clearly. Yeah. These Awakened Sage abusers. You know what I'd also really like to see, Divios? Is representation. When you go to this window, I want to see... Come on, pop up, for fuck's sakes. Pop the fuck up, you fucking leggy website. There should be like, how many players are playing? And then when you click on each class, it should show you how many warriors, how many hashes. Because I think the top 20 and only showing the top 20 gives a very like tunnel vision perspective, right? I think like you might see a class that's performing on average better than everyone else, but if it has twice as many people playing it, then it's twice as likely to have better players on it, right? So it would be interesting to see, like, compare not only the average rankings, but also with representation and cross-reference them. I think it would give us a little bit more focus. Because I think there's also some classes that are heavily underplayed, right? And it would be interesting to see when you have those stellar players, you know, how many, I don't know, just like what the average is of that class. Just buff Awakening Nova. Awakening Nova is another one of those classes. It revolves around acceleration so goddamn much that, like, what do you do to that class aside from just giving it acceleration more? Because it's just a fucking demon with excel and nothing without. Which Sage spec is better in Node War? Oh, Succession by a mile. Succession Sage is one of the best large-scale classes in the game. A Suck Corsair, rank 6 in Japan. God damn, is that class it? It's crazy how the metas can vary from region to region. Holy shit. I need coffee, chat. I need fucking coffee. Last call for Adana bosses and Pit of the Undying. Good call out. You guys got 3 more hours. Get it. A water class? Why? Because of the tsunamis? I guess that's one of the things that suck about being an island that's quite literally on like the Ring of Fire. What happened to Mommy? Mommy's tired of me playing with her all day. For anybody just tuning in, we're referring to my guardian, by the way. Oh, man. You know what I didn't look? I should have checked that Long and McQuaid website and see if they have the AT2040. They fucking do for the same price. Oh my god. Why did I order any of this from Amazon? I could have actually ordered everything from that website, and that shit's all arriving tomorrow. I could have just had it all tomorrow. I guess maybe I lean more towards Amazon because it's a lot easier to return stuff. Have I done ball predictions or bingo yet? No. I don't know if I really want to do that. I mean, we'll do it. It's good content, but I kind of want to wait till we're a little bit closer. Stuck Striker, eh? How do you think Stuck Striker is now? I mean, it's gotten quite a bit of love, but you know, I think it's still being overshadowed by Awakening. Yeah, isn't Suck Striker a hell of a lot more mobile than Awakening? Like, isn't it kind of similar to Wukong in that way, where it's like good at chasing people down? Obviously not for the same reasons. Have you considered playing Suck Striker on your ult account? That'd be kind of fun to watch. Yeah, I had that little Suck Striker arc too. I like Suck Striker better than Awakening, but it was just so miserable to play for a while. But I don't know, I just enjoyed it more than Awakening. I mean, despite popular belief, you can actually run a Striker out of stamina, so I don't know if Striker's a class for choice. He hates having to manage stamina. So much so, he thinks every class in the game, like, they should just remove stamina from him. Which, as an Awakening Sage, I support. Get rid of stamina, this is bullshit, this stat. Oh, man. It's a flat percentage, Lunarly. Or wait. Oh, no, that's right. They ended up rescaling it with no anti-heal because the anti-heal was additive with Scholar, and it made Scholar busted in AOS. So that's right. They ended up actually getting rid of that and just making it all operate. I think what they did is they just nerfed the potion recovery, right? They nerfed the anti-heal, but they made... What the fuck was it? There was some type of compensation they did, wasn't there? Oh, they gave everybody 2.5 times more HP, and I think they also took like almost all the percentage-based heals and turned them into flat heals, right? Wasn't that the same patch? That's what I'm confusing. Okay, yeah. Fun fact, ooh, I like those. There's more Suck Strikers in the top 10 than Awakening and Whoa. Is Suck Striker back? Wait. What's going on with my boots? Why are my boots not dyed? Not this time, little fucking fish. Shit, I can't remember what purple that is. Let's see. I used to have the hair different too. Let's see. If the enemy team has a lot of TC pressure, I go Awaken for protected combos. But I think Suck Striker catch potential is more threatening with Rage Hammer and Crouching Wolf pressure. Also, if the enemy team has bad stamina, I consider Suck Striker, because if you know how to use the 4 guards and get Rage Hammer behind their backs, it actually has different trade potential. Decent trade potential. Can't fucking talk. Been streaming too long.
Red Nose armor was really strong for classes like Warrior and Velk back in the day, because your SAQ block used to actually double the amount. It used to count as if you were CC'd and your potions would heal you for extra. And apparently that also applied to your regeneration as well back then, right? But this is a long, long time ago. But I think people still mostly chose to have the bigger buffer of Dim Tree than the extra regen of Red Nose. Oh, Beathari rings are huge. No, we legit had a season shorter than this one. Every single person in the top 100 was incarnate. I think this is around the time that season ended, because I know it wasn't a short season either, but it wasn't. This might be the longest season we've had, right? Or maybe the first was. But I feel like it was about 6 weeks that season. Yeah, I remember the first one being really long. I just wish we had consistency. Do like 6 weeks on and then 2 weeks off. And then that puts it on a 2-month cycle. And then that gives them the 2 weeks in between when there's a little bit of downtime for people to have a little bit of a breather and them to do some changes and see what they want to do to either classes or to the gear in AOS or to AOS itself, right? Guild League and Red Battlefield will be permanently dead. Well, RBF is hot dog shit anyways. It deserves to be dead with how neglected it's been. Guild League, on the other hand, I mean, people will do it for other reasons. I think they should run simultaneously. But I don't think that's a bad thing, right? Like, if you have 3 game modes and everybody's choosing to do one over the rest, then that means that the rest need some attention. And they should make them more fun. And if they constantly did that, right? If they constantly said, okay, we're going to run these things all at the same time, and whichever ones are the shittiest, we're going to try to improve them. And then if the population all of a sudden all moves to a different one, then they can improve those other ones. Guess what? That means the game's just going to keep getting better and better, right? And more people are going to want to play it to populate all the game modes. I think what's really tragic is when they make changes to the most popular game modes and all of a sudden people don't want to do it anymore. That means that they fucked that shit up and they fucking suck. And they need to undo what they did. But if you make changes to other game modes that make people want to now play that more, you're just actively making the game better and better going that path. What's the usual gap between seasons, or is it really inconsistent? Extremely inconsistent. Sometimes we've had 2 weeks.
Sometimes it's been gone for fucking, I think the most recent time it was almost a year, right? How long has it been? No, maybe not a year. We had like 2 Guild League seasons. I'll mind you, one was like a 2-week season, so I don't even know if it was a real season. Like, we've had some crazy gaps and we've had some really short gaps. There's no consistency with AOS at all. 11 was the longest. Like, that's crazy. That's so fucking crazy that they make people who love that game mode wait almost a full fucking year. That type of shit feels so disrespectful to the player base. Because there might be people who play this game only for that, right? And if they have to wait a year, they're just going to lose interest. They're going to say, nah, fuck it. The same thing with Node War and Occupation too, by the way. I feel like now that people have 2 options, right? And if you have most regions all picking one option and the other one is a ghost town, then that means that should be a red flag to them. Okay, we don't have an even distribution. That must mean that this one mode sucks. So let's work on it. Let's try to make it better. Let's keep working on this mode to the point where all of a sudden people start switching and choosing to do that instead of, right? Instead of doing occupation, they want to do construction, or instead of construction, they want to do occupation. And whichever one is the least played, they keep working on that to try to improve it. I feel like if they just constantly did that, the game would get better and better. I don't think Velia 4 works anymore. I think the person stopped maintaining it. I just don't fucking... That's another thing. Why the hell is this information just not on Perlabiss's website? Why doesn't Perlabiss just take every season and just dump it onto the website so you can actually see it? Don't they do that for WoW? I'm sure lots of other games do it. That way you can keep track of their shitty balance. Well, I actually don't think their balance is that shitty. I think they fuck up here and there, but I think if you avoid the outliers, most classes I think are reasonably balanced within each other's, like a reasonable range of each other. And a lot of the complaining you'll hear from class A about class B will be because of personal class bias, right? Because a class's toolkit works really well against their class's toolkit. Do you think they gutted Seraph? Oh, 100%. From the moment I read those patch notes, I thought that movement change was too much. It definitely needed a nerf, but they've created a shitty situation for Seraph, right? Now its movement is tied to one ability, right? And unlike Warrior, Warrior unironically has better movement now than Seraph, because Warrior can just charging thrust and save their head chase iframe for if they want to try to dodge a grab. Where Seraph, if they want to fucking move, they always have to burn their iframe first. So if they do their movement and then all of a sudden someone flips on them, they don't have an iframe to try to dodge. I feel like they need to, if they're not going to adjust the second cooldown,
In fact, I think this would probably be better. Is I feel like they need to separate these two dashes, make them two separate dashes, so they can use this one to default move around and try to keep this one loaded for emergencies for the iframe. Dauntless won't use the cooldown if main dash is on cooldown. Oh, that's a weird bug. I think all the other nerfs, though, like the WF nerf, the Shift F nerf, the grab nerf, I think all of those were very warranted. I just think like that movement shit was rough, and it had brain dead movement, but man. The crazy thing about that dash is it basically had a half a second cooldown before, because by the time you finished all 3 dashes, since the cooldown began the second you started the first dash, by the time you finished the other like all 3 dashes, your cooldown was almost up. You just needed 1 filler. So going from a short cooldown like that to a 6-second cooldown just dramatically increases it. Now you need a ton of filler, and you had to burn your iframe to do the movement, so you have nothing to avoid someone just turning on you because you tried to dash in and do something. Most newer classes have brain dead movement. That is fine. No, I mean, easy movement, yeah. Brain dead, no. I personally think, and this is a personal, like, subjective opinion, I enjoy classes a lot more where you have to chain cooldowns together. It feels and pay attention to your stamina, because yeah, it's more difficult to pick those classes up, but once you start getting it down and getting into that rhythm, it starts to feel really fucking good. It feels so much more satisfying to play. What class has hard movement? I mean, it's all about relativity, right? I honestly don't think any class is difficult. It's about the relative difficulty. I think we can all agree having to chain abilities together, manage multiple cooldowns and stamina, is a lot more mentally taxing than just holding RB, right? So I don't think any class has difficult movement, but there certainly is a tier to the difficulties within BDO. They could add a movement Magnus to skill to the Seraph and fix the Dauntless. Yeah, right? Something, and that's the thing, right? When your class is still missing its Magnus skill, and I think Seraph is, right? Both Seraph and Wukong. It could be something, sometimes adding one more skill in a kit to patch a weakness can make a massive difference with a class. Oh, god damn it. I accidentally started it. What is the Magnus skill? It's the ability you get for doing the Magnus. So if you're a Sage, for example, you have dimensional compression here. This is an ability that's unlocked by your Magnus. Everybody refers to it as the Magnus skill. Guardian is great. Gate Crasher. I mean, I don't know the names of all the other ones. You feel like there won't be any more Magnus skills? Yeah, maybe not. Too much work for them, I guess? Yeah, I mean, that's kind of crazy to say. Yo, Jelly! Thank you so much for the resub. God damn. Wait.
Did you just sub for 1 month and it's a 9-month streak, or did you just sub for 9 months in a row preemptively? Either way, though, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate it tremendously. You prime every month? Yeah, I just got 2 notifications here. One that you subbed, and then another one that it said subscription 9 times T1, which I don't remember it saying that for other streaks. I know you've been subbed for a while, though. I don't know if my shit bugged out, but it almost made it look like you did like a preemptive 9-month sub. The 1,000 AP. What do you guys think, chat? What's a good spot to grind with 1,000 AP? This? Divya's getting toxic. It's the Wukong coming out. Honglim? Is Honglim good at that AP? Opera Sakraya? Maybe. More people have been doing that these days. The little red guy, that's a partner only Elkstone that they give us. That gives us higher drop rate. Kidding aside, though, it's just a skin for my Elkstone. It's from a Berserk event a while back. Oh my goodness, Joy! You might be right, though. Yo, my favorite YouTube channel just put out a new song, you guys. Let me share this with you guys. This is my favorite YouTube channel. I've been watching it for the last maybe almost 6 months now. You ready? It does singing and cooking at the same time.
He's actually a pretty good singer too. There was one time he probably came this close to setting his kitchen on fire. And the drummer was fucking laughing, which I don't know why. It looks like they'd be trapped in here. If he lit this shit on fire over here, they're stuck back there. Is he? Hell yeah, listen to him. That's way better than you, Dragor. And he's cooking at the same time. He's pretty bad? Nah, you're just jealous. You're a hater. I mean, you're just racist, though, Dragor. There's nobody you won't come at. If they don't look like you hate them. Sorry. A little bit of Armin in me came out. Sorry. I was kind of feeling a little Armin-ish today. Is it cooking and performing? Yeah. Yo, I'll show you the song that really put me on them. Just 1 second. Let me find the one that really caught my attention. Okay, where is it? No. Shit, I can't remember which video it was. I think it was no, not that one. Oh yeah. Oh, I'll tell you. Let me bring it back. Watch this shit. Let's see you sing like that, Dragor. Here you go, create another fable. You wanted to. Grab her brush and put a little makeup. You wanted to. Hide the scars, give her the shake up. You wanted to. Why'd you leave the keys upon the table? You wanted to. I don't think you trust in my self-righteous suicide. Oh shit. I fucking almost burned this whole goddamn kitchen down. He's like, what is he cooking now? There is fucking nothing left in there. It's all on the floor. Oh shit. This shit cracks me up, man. Anyways, if you guys want a link, he has a whole bunch of songs. I think they just started blowing up a while ago. I mean, I guess they don't really have a whole bunch. There's like what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19. Yeah, it's just recently he's actually been getting a lot of views. It looks like he used to do just like normal karaoke, but once he started doing the karaoke while cooking, I don't know, he actually's been doing that quite a while too. 4 years now. Holy shit. Anyways, shit like that. In my opinion, that's what the internet is fucking made for, man. Fun shit like that. I love that. Cool. I better message my wife and see what time she needs to be picked up at. Ooh, I can count to 2, 3. I can count to 3. Classic Dragor and his bigotry. Somebody has an accent when they sing, they're automatically a shit singer, huh? This is the Sesame Street version. I don't know, Dragor. I think there's something new here. Maybe, just maybe, if you take a really good song that's well known and just make a couple changes to it, people will still think it's really good. I think we'll call it a cover. We might be on to something here, chat. Chat. We might be on to something here, chat. Maybe I should just leave the camera zoomed in. What do you guys think? Is that too much face? Not even close to too much. Do I need to zoom in more? Can I zoom in more? Holy shit, I can. How about that? That's not a cover. I don't fucking care, okay? I don't know what the actual word is. Duh. It's just a joke. Hey, I'm Dragor. Actually, I bet you're real fun at parties, Dragor. I bet you get invited to all the parties. I get it. You're the entertainment. And then people tell you, get the fuck out. You're ruining the vibe. Hey? Is that too much faith for you? Fucking Dragor? How's that? I mean, I'm getting paid to be here to entertain your ass right now. Why do we have numbers in our name? Tell them. Tell them. Tell them. Oh, we've reached the limit, chat. This is as far as we could zoom in. I gotta like do it multiple times. Yo, Jiggy, I like you. Who are you? You need to stick around. This man's fast tracking to mod, I can tell you that. Instead of Dragor, it should be lame dork. Yeah, fucking got him, boys. Fucking got him. The Dagor? Oh, there are some people, man, when I type in their streams, I don't know if I'm just shit at typing or what. Like, I'll have to reread what I typed, and they still, like, fuck it up. Because they'll fuck it up so bad, and then I gotta go reread what I typed to make sure I didn't just fuck it up. There are a lot of streamers where I question if they're literate or not. Which is kind of crazy because you have to spend all day reading your chat. Looking at one. Read you like a book every day.
You think you're fucking one step ahead of me, but I just let you lead the way. 'Cause I just like to watch you fumble around. Yeah, you just rotate around, DCM pen. Sorry, I didn't see your message. You just rotate around. Any of the little things that happen, all they do is just enhance your speed. There's nothing really you have to overly pay attention to. What's up, Joey? I feel like I should zoom the camera in a little bit more. What do you guys think? Maybe I should do... One second. I'm going to... We got that. And then... Maybe... Oh, there. And then... Hello? Why is there... Oh, it's that. Well, that should be Alt W for that hotkey. What the hell? So why isn't that hotkey working? Why am I trying to find my hotkey, my camera in BDO? Global hotkeys. QWE. Okay, so the fuck? Oh, now it works.
I don't think there's overly a rush to push out of seasons. There is somebody much more qualified to answer that though than I am. Here's a link to his channel. He's done 3 accounts, free-to-play accounts, where he starts over and he hangs out on seasons till it progresses. He'll tell you like what his thought process was, and is definitely way more qualified to answer that than I am. Yeah, no problem. He's streaming right now too. Wait, is Blue Squadron red? I just opened his stream and all the fishes around him are red. Oh, is that what it is? Do people fish on Anonymous Arsha? I guess that makes sense. I didn't even take a look, but now that you mention it, I think everybody was called Unknown Adventure, so that does make sense. Good click that they all didn't have names at first. Well, Chad, it is 6 o'clock. I should probably call it a day here. We've been at it for 10.5 hours. Another ring. That's it. Wah wah. Damn, we got a lot of those today. Yeah, let's see. Okay. Oh, I also need. Okay, let's see. Oh, I need to move. Make sure we don't sell all of them because we're gonna need 100 tomorrow. Okay, let's see. Where are we at for today? I made 51 billion silver, which means starting tomorrow, I need to get 25.7 billion a day, half a billion less until the ball. So, yeah, we're fucking chugging along. I think it's going to be no problem to hit our goal. If I were to estimate, I'm probably going to be there. I think by the end of this month. I think I'll definitely be there by the end of this month. Anyways, I'm going to find someone to raid. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Hope you all have a wonderful day. Let's see, who do we raid? Aurelio just went live. Maybe I sent you guys over to Grimkill. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. We'll be back tomorrow. Same time, same channel. Thanks for watching today.